was in 44 minutes.
An absolute epic. And of course, we'll be back again next Monday when we sit down with esteemed French photographer Corinne Dubreuil, who we caught up with ahead of her working her 38th Roland Garros, her first one dating back to 1987. So that was a great chat.
In the meantime, you can tune in to John and the team on the AO Show Weekly on Thursday. Details for how to contact us are in the show notes. Remember to subscribe, rate and review. See you next week, Matt.
Look forward to it, Viv.
On AO Radio, this is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards and Kate Kearns.
Hello and welcome to the Evening Serve. We are 1 hour away from the men's final here at the 2025 Australian Open. Getting underway, can world number one Jannik Sinner defend his title? Or will it be third time lucky for the second seed Alexander Zverev as he searches for that elusive major? We'll unpack it all, plus reflect on a memorable women's final. This is the Evening Serve.
Sabalenka is ready, serves, Keys goes with the big backhand, picked up on the half volley by Sabalenka, huge forehand from Keys, well defended by Sabalenka, back behind her, and she's done it! The long wait is over for Madison Keys, she is the Australian Open champion, and at 29 years old, she finally has a major title, beating Arena Sabalenka in 3 sets on Rod Laver Arena.
I have wanted this for so long, and I have been in one other Grand Slam final and it did not go my way, and I didn't know if I was ever going to be able to get back to this position to try to win a trophy again. And my team believed in me every step of the way, so thank you so much.
The night belonged to Madison Keys. What a worthy winner of the Australian Open 2025. My name is Nat Edwards. You're listening to the Evening Serve. Joining me once again is Kate Kearns.
Evening, Nat. Great to be back.
Oh, what a game it was last night.
I know. I'm still recovering. We said it to go 3.
We did, and we both picked Madison.
We did. So
hats off to us. I better welcome in our other special guest for this evening. For the first time, we got him on for the biggest show yet. Mark Ilawati, welcome to you.
Good evening. And you, obviously the experts. I'm just here as a button pusher and a listener in. You're picking that. So I'll be very interested to hear what you say tonight. But yeah, I still get so emotional just listening to Madison talk there. Like last night, I was, internally just tearing up and just knowing how much it meant for her and where she'd been and how long it's been, like 10 years since making a semi-final, and then, thinking about, am I ever going to be able to get close to this with a major injury and surgery? And then you hear that, it's like, grab the tissues.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're so right around the fact that, we look at sort of the stats and around how well she's been playing recently in that, but perhaps not so much going, over the last 10 years, how tough that's actually been for her. And the fact that, and she's been very open around the therapy that she's had, just to get herself feeling good, not just about her tennis, but just in life generally.
And it seems to be that way, isn't it? Like you get your personal habits and your personal situation in a good place, and it's like anyone, anyone in an office or working anywhere. If you rock up to work in a foul mood, it's not going to be a very productive day. More so here when you've got 15,000 people watching you do your job, So it's quite intimidating that way. And you can just only imagine how many forks in the road she had in that road to recovery to go, will I go this way and go, it's too hard, I want to stop, or do I persist? You know, and there's so many of those little humps and hurdles, and to have the resilience and to have the internal drive to just keep backing up every day and to do that and then get rewarded, she'll look back at that and go, wow, that was, you know, that's the true state of my character, that I could do all that and then perform like this on the biggest stage. That's so rare to do.
Because she burst onto the scene as, you know, this teen prodigy, age 14. Everyone was like, she's going to be the next Lindsay Davenport. That is such a heavy responsibility to bear the brunt of so young. And you're right, she spoke about the changes she's had to make to her mindset, not just to her racket and her game. Let's take a listen to what she had to say after the match.
I think everything kind of happens for a reason, and I think for me specifically, I kind of had to go through some tough things, and I think it just kind of forced me to look at myself in the mirror a little bit and try to work on the kind of just internal pressure that I was putting on myself. I felt like from a pretty young age, I kind of felt like if I never won a Grand Slam, then I wouldn't have lived up to what people thought I should have been. I didn't really want to be the person that felt like I was really struggling, but I was starting to really struggle with it. So just being really honest and actually getting help and actually talking to someone. And not just about tennis, but about how I felt about myself. Again, very uncomfortable, and I never really looked to be uncomfortable. So I honestly think that had I not done that, then I wouldn't be sitting here. I mean, the stigma around therapy in general, not just in sports, I think is slowly starting to go away. And I think that everyone should be in therapy no matter what. I think it helps. And I think no matter what's going on in your life, you're going to have moments where things are tough and you need someone to talk to. And I think it's really important. It's something that I will continue to do for the rest of my life.
I just love this from Madison Keys because she was honest, she was vulnerable, she was so real, and we're seeing that a lot more now from tennis players. I mean, we've talked a lot about Naomi Osaka and coming out and having the guts and the courage to say, hey, I need a mental break.
Yeah, things are not
okay. And being able to admit that, and I think even for women to be able to admit that is really hard. And like she said, if she hadn't have done that and made those changes, she wouldn't be sitting where she was last night.
No, it's interesting too, because she did mention that her team probably knew it before she did, that they were the ones that perhaps she hadn't made up her mind around what she could achieve.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had all that pressure, building and expectation that she's spoken about, everyone thinking that she was someone that could win a major, but she hadn't been able to quite do that. And when she's making those decisions on, do I continue with my career, it's that team that have backed her and said, we absolutely believe in you. You can do it. She wasn't there yet. They were. Yeah,
and it just really humanises everything. Like we look at sports stars around the world, even, elite musicians, and we just say, and especially with the sports stars, like, oh, God, how could they lose that? Or how could you miss that? And we think of them just in what we see. We don't look at it as a human, and we all... Like you said, she's so vulnerable in that, and she's a human like everyone else. She just does something absolutely extraordinarily well, but she still bleeds and cries and has good days and bad days. Self-doubt. She's probably had, imposter syndrome there as well, and everyone else sees it, and even our friends probably see better qualities from ourselves than we see. Internally as well. Yeah, so it's a really interesting thing, and it seems to be that a lot of players are now are slowly, taking some time away from their activity and getting themselves sorted and in a right headspace to be able to then come back in a different perspective and then perform. Like Naomi and. Nick Kyrgios is in a similar boat, and there'll be more. And is it? Like you said, too much pressure too soon, and everyone's external expectations instead of the person's one. And it takes a rare breed to be able to handle all of that. It's just such an unusual circus that this game is. And we just put a spotlight on one person and say, be normal, be human. Like Sabalenka copped some grief from smashing rackets, She just lost the final, She wanted that.
She wanted it, and we love seeing the fact that she wanted it that bad, right?
Yeah, you can't be upset for someone. Like, yes, that was the thing in her hand, and it's just pure emotion and frustration. But she came back and she spoke wonderfully well, and that shows her character as well. And I'd love the fact that she hated it so badly for that moment in time, but then can be okay. You know what? We're off the court. We're humans, and
and they're not robots.
Exactly.
And I think you're right. We have this unrealistic expectation on how they all should behave out there on court and what they need to do and what they shouldn't do. And her, her reaction, her immediate reaction was that she was filthy with the fact that she lost that last night, and she knew she was in that match and had her opportunities. So the reaction was just, that's it, the racket's gone. But had the maturity then to recognise the situation. It was Madison's moment.
Exactly.
So she took herself off court, composed herself, came back, and we're back on the show.
And it made me feel so much better about kicking the netball over the fence when we lost in the mixed night competition on a Wednesdays, and we got done in the final by 3 goals, and I booted the ball over the fence and almost caused a car crash down on Royal Parade.
But it shows
that was rough. Talk about pressure. That's pressure.
But
you
it
don't know.
shows that you care, and she cares, and Sabalenka explained just why she had to leave the court.
Yeah, that was tough. I just needed to needed that time for myself to switch off and forget and leave it in the past and be respectful, not be, just wanted to be respectful, and I just needed to throw those stuff out and needed some time with myself. And, that's definitely really tough. I was standing there and just was like, okay, come on, you've been in her position. She deserved that. She was a better player than you.
She certainly was. Mark, do you think the fact that she wanted it so bad, this three-peat, she wanted that slice of history, and there was a lot of pressure on her, but it just felt like in that first set in particular, she was making errors that we haven't seen Sabalenka make in a long while. Do you think that it got all too much for her initially?
There's an element of that as well, and she also faced a player who not only could match her for ball speed and explosive striking, but in a lot of that opening set, was much better than her at that, and she was shell-shocked, whereas she's normally the one who's got the big guns, and the ball that she's receiving is going to be a little bit slower, so she's got a little bit more time to be the one that dictates. But here, she was on the back foot, and, a couple of times you see the close-up of her face, and it was that element of shock, like, I've just been bombarded.
Yeah, she looked lost.
Which is good. It'll be a great learning thing for her. And I remember, Serena was in the same boat about trying to reach the record Grand Slam. I think she made 3 finals and lost all of them. And, that winning that one would have put her in front, so it's easy to say, it's hard to do. And, we don't really know, but obviously, we look back at it and go, well, maybe there is a bit of that external stuff that really affected her. And for the next opportunity, she'd probably be in a better situation for it and realise, hey, I've just got to play tonight as best I can, and whatever happens, happens. And if I win another one, great.
There's no doubt she's a champion. She's going to be back.
Oh, of course she'll be back. Yeah. I mean, she dug deep, didn't she, in that second set to get that back on her
drop
terms.
Shots.
Yeah, and we were expecting that from Sabalenka. I don't think any of us, even though Madison was hitting winners from every part of the court in that first set, I think most people knew that there was going to be something would change. Sabalenka would right the wrong that was happening out there, and she did, as she has done all tournament. But we spoke about it last night. It was pressure points that she hadn't actually had to play throughout the tournament. She got herself in trouble early on in matches, but not necessarily tested right at the very end of a match. She really steamrolled through most of those last sets. And she was tested last night, and of course it was on her serve that she lost, and Madison won the tournament. So it was I thought, a really interesting end to the match, but I was almost expecting it.
Yeah, and and to her credit, she didn't get in those difficult situations. If you get in those difficult situations and you're saving match points, the other way to look at it is, boy, I haven't been playing well, and I'm in the quarters. Boy, this is lucky, or is it just a really good sign that you've been able to cruise through your way and say, hey, I am better than everyone here. I'm a class above you. I'm a class above you, and you can't touch me, and I've got that. But for me, it was almost with Madison Keys. We know she can run hot, and when she does, it's scintillating. She can do everything. But then also in the past, version 1, when she runs cold, it's people are ducking in the first and second row of the stadium. You're going to get hit by one of her serves or a forehand. But tonight, it was very, very similar. There wasn't such a big trough on her great stuff and then her really, really ugly stuff. And I think that was the biggest thing in the way she's now playing compared to what she was, because it used to be just weather the storm. When she's on fire, it's going to change.
I don't know that she wanted to serve out that.
She's not alone.
The way she went after Sabalenka's serve.
Yeah, and especially when the serve's landing short and slow, and you can, and she picked up body language, and she could see that she'll know that she's going to be feeling tight, and but the good thing is, like, Madison Keys went out swinging.
Yep.
She could have got
bold and brave.
Yeah, she could have gone. But if that's 1-1 in the first set, you'd do it. So the really good players, irrelevant of the score, it's going to get done. Like if it's 1-1 in the first, that's the ball, that's the same serve at whatever kilometres per hour. I'm going to crunch it. And if it's 5-5 in the third and there's a break point, I get that serve. Let's do it again. So if you're able to take away the score element and just look at this is the shot. You've done it before. Do it again.
Well, she did it before against Iga Świątek, so I feel like she knew what it was to
Validates
play.
it.
Yeah, absolutely. That she'd backed herself because she'd been able to do it against the world number 2. Why not world number 1?
She was fearless. It was a fearless performance last night from Madison Keys. But let's turn our attention now to the 2025 Australian Open men's final. It is Jannik Sinner up against Alexander Zverev. This is the 12th time in the Open era that the number 1 and 2 seeds have met in the AO men's singles final. We're going to hone in on Jannik Sinner first, the world number 1, and this is his journey to the final.
Returning to Melbourne Park as the defending champion, Jannik Sinner got his 2025 Oz Open campaign off to a fast start. In a challenging match, he defeated Nicolas Jarry in straight sets.
Slightly different, but as I always say, every match is tough to win here. It's nice to be back here. It's a very special place for me, and so many things happened on the court, but also off the court, beautiful things, and it's a nice place to play some tennis. Also a bit different kind of pressure, but I enjoyed it.
Tristan Schoolskate got the jump, taking the first set of the second round match, but the Aussie wildcard proved no match for the world number 1, losing the following 3 sets.
Ready to go, serve tee, lob from Schoolskate. Sinner puts it away with a swinging volley into the deuce corner. Pushed early, cruise late. Jannik Sinner into the third round with a 4-set
35 winners to 11 highlighted Sinner's dominant round 3 display. American Marcus Giron proved no match, falling 6-3, 6-4, 6-2.
Jannik Sinner here on match point at 40-30. He serves, lands this in. That's gone wide from Giron. He only needs the 1 match point, does Jannik Sinner. That is a very workmanlike performance from Jannik Sinner, barely getting out of third gear.
Sinner faced his first big test come round 4 as Holger Rune awaited on Rod Laver Arena. Battling extreme heat and visible discomfort, Sinner won in 4 sets.
Sinner, yes it does. Sinner puts up the high ball. His lands in as well. Rune tries a gentle smash from the back. Now we're back into the rally again. Sinner runs around. The drop shot from him is really good. Somehow Rune gets there, puts it into the open court as Jannik Sinner. It's the point of the decade.
Just incredible tennis from both men.
Keeping his record perfect against the Demon was the next task at hand for Sinner. A boisterous home crowd could do nothing to lift the home hopeful, as the world number 1 flexed his muscles and showed why he is the hot favourite to take out a second Oz Open crown.
Sinner didn't invent tennis, but he is certainly perfecting it. A second semi-final here in Australia for the defending champion.
Generation next on Show Under Lights at Rod Laver Arena. as Ben Shelton won through to his first Oz Open semi-final. But that's where he fell, as Sinner convincing again, winning through to the final.
Game, set, match, Sinner.
It'll be a third major final for Jannik Sinner.
6-2.
On Sunday, he will attempt to defend his title against Sasha Zverev.
And thanks to Jordan Zock for that wonderful package. Jannik Sinner aiming for a third Grand Slam title in 12 months. He's got a 100% record so far. We know over the last 18 months he has just been building and had a terrific 2024. I think it was 8 titles in the end. His last loss, we have to go all the way back, Mark, to October last year. Beijing final against Carlos Alcaraz. He's won 36 of his past 37 matches. Can he be beaten?
Not tonight. Not tonight. Yeah, I think Sinner is going to trump Zverev. I think the way he's going about it, and really highlighted to me his return game against Shelton. Everyone talks about Shelton just serving rockets, and he's got this amazing serve, and he just blunted that. He was so many times he was on full stretch where previously the return ain't coming back. And he was there, and he had some heat on the return, and he made it really effective. And I just think he's just nullified that with Shelton. And Zverev has got a quality serve, but I just think that return of serve is just going to put additional pressure. And I feel Zverev knows that he has to serve well to give himself a chance, and he has to be aggressive. So if he serves big and the return comes a bit weaker, that allows him the opportunity to go in and dictate. But the way Sinner's been returning, I feel like, is just nullifying that advantage. And Sinner just does everything Zverev does that little bit better. Yeah. Unless Zverev comes out and does a Djokovic and goes, I'm going in full out attack mode and I'm going to get in as often as I can and try to take it to him and say, hey, come up and pass me. Then I feel he's got a window. But history says, his game style is not that.
Exactly.
And so
he's patient. He likes to stay back.
Yeah.
So it's not his natural game, but I think you're right. I think he's going to have to do that, take his chances.
And that's what Djokovic did so well against Alcaraz.
Yes.
He took it to him and took the net away from him for a good chunk of the match.
Kate, do you have any concerns about Jannik Sinner's, health and his fitness? Because he was obviously ill in that match against Holger Rune, and that was a terrific match. He really got pushed there, and then he was cramping against Ben Shelton. Are we concerned that maybe there's a little bit of fatigue factor? And then you look at Zverev, who had a pretty much walkover. I mean, he played an hour and 30 minutes for one set against Djokovic.
Yeah, I can't read what's going on there with Jannik Sinner. I mean, of course, the camp's been closed on those details, and rightly so. But, yeah, he was cramping the other night, and I found that really strange because it was, for the most part, I mean, the first set by Shelton was terrific, but he just steamrolled him after that.
Yeah.
And I think the writing was on the wall early, and almost I felt that Shelton had checked out, but he started to cramp.
Yeah.
And I was just like, where's that coming from? Because conditions were pretty cool. He hadn't had to work that hard. And then I'm looking back at his matches thinking, has he been in, has he played in a lot of heat? It hasn't actually been that hot here at the Australian Open. There's been a couple of warm days, but we haven't had those usual, the 42s that are coming this week.
Yeah, you should take him out for a run. Mrs. I run 300 kilometres for fun. And then I do the victory lap as well. So add another 300.
What's cramp? Jeez, hard enough.
So the cramping's interesting because that tells me that's probably more...
tension?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, a little bit of tension. And he was a little bit the most feistiest I've seen him for a long time with his box. He was like... animated. I think he raised his
eyebrow.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, he was obviously feeling it. So I'm sure that the physical side may get shown a little bit tonight because Zverev plays a little bit more defensive and want to try to maybe lengthen the rallies out. But I feel like Sinner, and his record speaks volumes.
What's his weakness? If you have to delve into it, Mark.
I think he likes dessert and chocolate, so I think you better go out on court with a bowl of M&Ms or something and just try to, maybe you just got to, sit next to him at the change of ends, ask him for an autograph.
Try chat to him, put him off his game that way.
Yeah, I think...
I can't find it.
No.
Yeah, he's come, and rightly so, he's just... he's just blunted everything that everyone has thrown at him, and he's just had an answer for everything. You have to serve unbelievable. You have to hope that he's maybe 10% or 5% off his game, and that'll give you a little bit of a sniff. And you have to then elevate. Can Zverev elevate? We saw him last year. He was good, and he was close. A year under his belt, he's a better player. He'll be hopefully a better tactician, better mentally. It's a lot of unanswered questions that we'll soon find out.
Well, before we get on to Alexander Zverev, let's take a listen to his road to the final.
On the other side of the draw sits Alexander Zverev, who after falling at the semi-finals of the 2024 Australian Open, came into this tournament full of confidence and expectations as the second seed. His first challenge against French wildcard and former semi-finalist Luca Pouille out on Rod Laver Arena. With his rocket serve, Zverev easily accounted for the Frenchman. A straight sets victory in just over 2 hours.
Crowd not as quiet this time. Zverev ready to go. Serve out wide is good. What a way to finish. 3 aces in that game, and Sasha Zverev looks clean on the scoreboard. 4-4-4 over Luca Pouille.
More quick work for Zverev in round 2, as he swept past Pedro Martinez in straight sets, breaking his opponent's serve 6 times along the way.
Game 7, Zverev.
Straight sets.
3 sets to love.
Relatively straightforward.
6-1.
First meeting against Brit Jacob Fernley awaited in the 3rd round, and another straight sets victory. Zverev making light work of his first 3 rounds of competitive play.
Well, it's a dominant display. No fuss. Straight sets. Through to the 4th round for the 6th time.
Big servers were on either side of the net in the 4th round, as Zverev was pushed to a 4th set against Frenchman Hugo Humbert. His 19 aces to 12 proved too much in the end.
Game 7.
Sasha Zverev books his ticket to a 4th Australian Open quarterfinal.
A quarterfinal win would see Zverev back in the semis for a 2nd straight year, an opportunity that he wouldn't let pass up. A scoreline that flattered Tommy Paul, as Zverev was too strong when it mattered.
Zverev with match point number 3, 3 hours and 27 minutes. He's a former twice finalist at majors, once at the US Open 2020, once at Roland Garros 24. This time he does it. It is all over for Alexander Zverev. A 7th ace seals the deal against Tommy Paul. 7-6, 7-6, 2-6.
Making a maiden final in Melbourne would, however, not come easy, as he faced the Herculean task of defeating 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic. Nobody could have predicted what would happen after Zverev took the first set.
The first serve. Backhand from Zverev, pretty good. Djokovic goes back on the backhand as well. Here's another backhand up the line. Zverev does brilliantly to get there, and Djokovic inexplicably puts a forehand volley into the net. And I think, is he going to... Djokovic is done.
Oh, my word.
Extraordinarily, Djokovic is retiring from the match. He knew immediately. He put the forehand volley into the net and immediately moved to shake hands with Alexander Zverev and James Kjotevong in the chair.
Unfortunately, due to injury,
Djokovic's injury has proved too much. He gave it all in the opening set.
So there we have it. Sasha Zverev's road to the final, his 3rd major final mark. He's still chasing that elusive Grand Slam. I mean, he's been one of the most successful players that's still on the tour and has never won a major. But I look at the other 2 Grand Slam finals that he's played in. He's led both times, 2-1 against Thiem in that 2020 US Open final. And then Roland Garros against Alcaraz last year, 2-1. And then you look at Sinner, who came back from 2-0 down against Medvedev last year. So even if he is leading, surely some of this is going to be playing on his mind.
Yeah, and you wonder if, he's carrying some baggage from that. And you'd like to think that, it's not easy playing your first slam to go ahead and win it, and 2-1 up, the mind can run very, very fast, and you've already spent it on your Ferraris and your yacht and your helicopter.
Your $3 million.
Your prize money's already done and dusted, and you're still on the court. So, it takes a bit of maturity, and Madison Keys said it. I've had to earn it. These things happen for a reason. So he has to be burnt. Maybe being burnt in those 2 finals has really taught him to be better in those situations, to be mentally stronger in those situations. So then he gets another opportunity. and he can take it.
He also talked that fatigue played a part, he felt, in the 4th and 5th sets in those finals. So he's gone away and reunited with Jez Green, his strength and conditioning coach and trainer from many years ago. So because he wants to return to that peak fitness. So I feel like he's trying to tinker and see how he goes, but he's got to make this a physical match against Sinner in some ways.
And that's a really big ask, I think. But I agree that he's moving better than I've seen him in a long time. I mean, he's such a tall man, and that is not easy, right, to, get out of corners quick. And he'll have to do that a lot tonight, you expect. And I'm really interested in that transition play, just how smooth that is from him. And it will be a tactic I think he'll have to use this evening. But, yeah, it's great to see him so fit and healthy on court. The big serve's going to be super important. He's got to have to play that high percentage. The thing with the big serve, it's not just about pace for him, is it? He does have, it's around the accuracy, because he can take some pace off that first serve and just get the kicker out wide and do a lot with it. So in terms of his serving percentages, I think he's like one of the best, if not the best, on tour at the moment. He's super accurate, and he will be relying on that. If that goes off tonight, then he's going to be in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, he'll be. The skates will be on straight away because Sinner's going to make him move. And as you mentioned, he's tall. He can cover the court, but the ball speed that Sinner's been hitting at it's been frightening. Like if you see it live, it is.
I've not seen anything like it before.
How that thing just still lands into the court is beyond me. And not only is it fast, but it's corner to corner, and it happens over and over and over again. It's
so
not
consistent.
It's not a one-hit wonder. It's just so repetitive. It's like getting hit in the head with a hammer all non-stop.
It's like the players that talk about Nadal's forehand, that after a while he'd make you play so many of them that by the second set your arm was falling off.
Yeah.
It was so that ball was so heavy, and you get the sense it's not necessarily the heavy ball from Sinner, but it's super quick and just cuts through the court so fast that you're just chasing balls after a while.
It's going to be really interesting to see, the character of Zverev, how he goes about attacking this. He'll have all the information in the world. He'll know exactly. His team would have dissected this and gone, this is a little area that we can expose on Sinner, and you can do this and you can do that, and it's great to have all that information. Then you've got to go ahead and try to produce it. But then you've got the other guy down the other end doing his job on you as well. And you may have the perfect plan, but it may not work out. So it'll be really interesting to see what Zverev does, because, his backup is up against the wall against someone with Sinner, and he's got to come to the party with his A game. And what that A game will be. Will him being Zverev, as he has done in the past, be good enough? I'm not too sure. He's going to have to add a bit of sprinkle and a bit of dazzle tonight.
Okay, before we let you go, Mark, your tip for tonight. Who's winning and why?
Oh, I'll go Sinner.
Yep.
And if it potentially could go to 4 sets, but I just feel like he'll weather the storm, and Zverev will throw everything at him, and he'll be there just mopping the sauce up with a bit of bread and the garlic and a little limoncello to finish the night off as he holds serve to win it in 4 sets. But yeah, I think that'll be the case.
Kate?
I think it'll go 5, which is what it did. Oh no, did it go 5 at the last major that they played in? It went almost 5 hours. It was a long match. I'm expecting it to go 5, but I think Sinner will get through.
I like it. Okay, 2 from the.
Are you going to wait till the very last?
Your record is 100%. Don't forget.
It is, and last night I was flip flopping, but today I'm pretty much on the Sinner camp. I think he's got, which I feel for Sasha, because imagine being zipping 3 from Grand Slams, and on the flip side, Sinner would be 3-0. So it's quite incredible, isn't it?
A lot of people would love to be in that situation, just make a Grand Slam. So,
well, that is true. Yeah, that is true. You could look at it that way.
Potentially, you're a silver medalist in a big 128 draw tournament.
And what do you get? You still get $1.9 million, I think, for being a runner-up.
Cry me a river.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
That's
right.
That's not what they play for.
No,
it's for the silverware
it is. I know.
In the beautiful Louis Vuitton case.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that'll turn up tonight? Because I was very impressed last night.
I want one of those.
Yeah, I want one of those
too.
And,
I need a robe like that too. Just a leather leather robe, Louis Vuitton leather robe.
Okay, well, we'll let you go and source that now. Mark, thank you so much for joining us on
Enjoy
the evening serve.
Thank you.
It's been great to have you on, Mark Ilawati there. Of course, you'll hear him all across AO Radio. He's done a terrific job over the past couple of weeks, Kate, as we're set to invite our next guest in, and he's back for a second time. And we had him last night, Simon Ray, of course, with the stats that matter. He's a senior manager game analysis at Tennis Australia. He's got all the data, and we've got to quiz him about last night. We've got to reflect on what happened last night, because I'm super interested to see
how the stats stacked up.
I know how they all stacked up. So we'll get him set, and he'll join us in just a moment. But of course, when we look at the head-to-head with Jannik Sinner and Alexander Zverev here on the evening serve, Zverev actually leads 4-2, which is remarkable. Last time they met was the 2024 Cincinnati semi-final. Sinner won that in 3 sets. It was a 3-hour marathon match, but Zverev has won both previous clashes at a hard-court major, so the US Open in 21 and 23. Kate, do you think that's something he can draw on, or is it largely irrelevant given the form of Jannik Sinner in the last 18 months?
Completely and utterly irrelevant.
Okay, great.
Just because of the age.
Yeah.
You know, Zverev's 27, Sinner's 23. When he was winning those matches, he was probably in his top form.
Yeah.
And Sinner was just coming on. So, you know, Sinner's, he won
he's
here last year.
Player
Yeah, he's a completely different player. In the last 12 months, he's, you know, obviously now the number one player in the world. So I think that you're looking at players that when Zverev was winning, yes, he was probably the higher-ranked player and expected to win.
Well, as we welcome in Simon Ray once again. Simon, good to have you back.
Hi, Nat. Thanks for having me back. Good to be here.
Should we recap the women's final last night? Because I remember you saying last night that Madison Keys, her second serve, and we were watching the stats. I think it popped up at one time. In that first set, she was winning 100% of her second serve points.
Yeah, well, she started well last night, didn't she, Madison Keys? And we felt like she really needed to. In the first set, and I think her first serve in play percentage was particularly high, even higher than this number I'm about to give you. Early in the match, she served 86% of first serves in play in the first set. Arina Sabalenka served 64. I mean, 86%.
That's still
64 is really solid. Nothing wrong with that. So 86% in play. And we're a little bit worried about whether the Madison Keys kick serve was going to hold up against Arina Sabalenka last night. It did by and large, but I think when Sabalenka found a way to get back into the contest in set 2, the first serve percentage changed for Madison Keys. So in the second set, she's down at 59% in play as compared to 86 in the first set.
That's a huge drop.
Sabalenka started to take a little bit of heat off her first serve and tried to serve a higher percentage, and the match took on an entirely different complexion, set 2 and maybe even the opening half of set 3. So 86%, you know, you don't see that number very often. And then set 3, the match was right there in the margins, wasn't it? Both players served around. Let me have a look here.
Yeah, really.
Keys is at 61 in set 3, and Sabalenka's at 63% in set 3. So it was right there in the margins in the final set.
Was there one particular stat that stood out to you from last night's match?
Well, I thought there were a couple of things. Let me start with the final set of the match. In terms of total points won, both women won 31 points for the set. And Arina Sabalenka, up until the very, very back end of that final set, was nearly untouchable through her opening 4 or 5 service games of that final set, until she wasn't. So total points won 31-31. Pressure points won, just in the third set alone, 7 to Madison Keys, 2 to Arina Sabalenka.
You were talking about those pressure points.
These pressure points
so
are so
that's
important.
where it was.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it is when the match was on a knife edge, it was Madison Keys. And there was probably a number that surprised me as well, that she was still able to overcome. I thought Madison Keys might be able to put all kinds of pressure on the Arina Sabalenka second serve. But that didn't really play out, because last night Madison Keys won just 25% of her second serve return points. So she didn't really do it that way. So I think this is interesting, though, because...
What was the stat in the first set, Simon, for that? Sorry, you're about to make a great statement, but I just wanted to...
22% of second serve return points won for Madison Keys. But I think what's even more interesting is she didn't need the second serve return to be able to inflict all kinds of damage on the Arina Sabalenka serve. She just does it against the first serve.
Yeah.
Such is the power and the weaponry that this woman possesses.
Yeah.
In sets 1 and 3, who would have thought this? She wins more points as a returner off the Arina Sabalenka first serve than the second serve.
That's
that's unheard of, right?
That set just didn't make sense, did it?
Well, it really didn't. We just don't hear about those types of numbers. And then the only other thing that really jumped off the page at me, and we thought this was going to be the factor in the match, and I thought Aryna Sabalenka was a little bit fearful of this, even in the way she started the contest, was the power and the weaponry and the damage that Madison Keys can inflict on you off forehand ground stroke. So the first set, this is just average ball speed. The first set, she averages 127 kilometres an hour, Madison Keys. Average. Remember, some of the time in those situations, you're going to be defending, so you're not necessarily trying to hurt your opponent on all of those balls. 127, up to 130 in set 2, up to 133 in set 3.
Wow.
Aryna Sabalenka in the match last night was down at 114 kilometres an hour for the match.
Wow.
Remember in the semi-final we said against Badosa she was up at 124.
She went up another notch. Yeah.
So she's lost 10 Ks from an average forehand perspective, semi-final to the final. Why? Because she's just not allowed any time on the ball. She's defending all night last night.
Quickly,
it's coming at her too fast. The match was on Madison Keys' terms as compared to Aryna Sabalenka's.
Oh, I love that. I love that we had the stats to back it all up and dig into that a little deeper. I absolutely love that. Thank you, Simon. Let's get on to the men's final now. And we're looking at Sinner and Zverev. We were trying to talk before, what is the weakness that Jannik Sinner has? And you obviously found it when you were working with Tristan Skulkate's team because they managed to take one set off Jannik Sinner. But when you look at the data and the stats, what's it telling us?
Well, I think it's one thing being able to find anything for one set, but over a best-of-5 set contest, that's another piece of the puzzle altogether. In terms of, I looked at our conversation tonight and probably broke it up into 4 different quadrants, if you like.
Go for it.
Why Sinner can win, and obviously most of us expect him to. What to look for maybe if you're in the camp of Sinner and things are not going so well, and then the flip of that coin. So if you're in the Sasha Zverev camp, when things are looking really spot on, what will that look like? And conversely, when Jannik Sinner's starting to get a hold of you, what could that look like? So there's 4 different scenarios.
All right, love it.
You asked me to start with Sinner. Why could he be in trouble? Well, I think the Zverev heat on second serve, he averages 178 kilometres an hour on second serve, Alexander Zverev.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I mean, I never hit a first serve that hard in my life.
He's hit a second serve around about 197.
Yeah, that's right. And there's some
insane.
big moments earlier in this match where he's hitting second serve, earlier in the tournament, where he's hitting second serves at 185, 190 kilometres an hour. So the second serve return profiles of these two men are really different. Jannik Sinner likes to come forward, be on or inside the baseline. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. Alexander Zverev, he'll come forward sometimes on second serve return, but other times he can be way back. He can be a little bit Medvedev-like, 3 and 4 metres back on second serve. I'm wondering if Jannik Sinner's coming forward and Alexander Zverev's having a great serving night on first and second serve, does that force Sinner to retreat a little bit? He wants to inflict damage on second serve return, Jannik Sinner. He's going to strike the first blow, put you on defence and go to work from there. Easier said than done against the second serve that's maybe coming in at 180 kilometres an hour. So I think that's a factor for me. 12 months ago, leading into that, Daniil Medvedev, he shocked Sinner for 2 sets. You guys all remember that match, right?
That's right.
And he made a big shift. Normally, I've spoken about return position already. Normally, we see Daniil Medvedev way back in the grandstand to return serve.
Disappears in the shadows.
That's right. Not in sets 1 and 2 last year against Jannik Sinner.
Forward.
He came forward, and it was unexpected. I don't think Jannik Sinner, I don't think the camp, none of us were expecting it. We'd not seen it before from Daniil. He started to dictate play from close to, not on top of or inside, but close to the baseline. It was very un-Daniil-like. And all of a sudden, when things started to turn a little bit in sets 3, 4, and 5, he started to back up in the court. We go back. We're creatures of habit. We go back to what we know under pressure.
Our natural habitat.
So I'm looking. If I'm in the Zverev camp tonight, I think he's got to be bold. He's got to be brave. He's got to be courageous. He's not going to return from on top of or inside baseline all night. Yeah. But I think in some big moments early in this match, he has to do that.
Okay.
He has to play with that type of conviction because I think if he goes back on second serve return, then Jannik Sinner is going to have his way from the back of the court. That's what I think. That's my theory.
He has to shorten those points then?
I think so. I think sometimes, and it's easy for me to say, he's had a phenomenal career, Sasha Zverev. But sometimes I think he plays a little bit conservatively, given the type of weaponry that he does have at his disposal. And I just don't think, because, well, we might get to that a little bit later on, I just don't think when it gets to the pointy end of these sets, the long rallies, we don't see a lot of them in men's tennis, but we still tend to see them at the pointy end of these sets and matches. I don't think those long rallies are going to fall in the favour of Alexander Zverev.
No, they'll definitely favour Sinner for sure.
He does get passive at the back of the court, doesn't he?
I think a little more passive than, if I put myself in in his corner tonight, I think I'd be imploring him to take the destiny into his own hands.
You got
win
to
it or
win
lose
this
it on his
game.
terms.
Yeah.
I think.
So the serve's important for Zverev, yes. What are the other weapons for him in terms of his play? The backhand's consistently good.
Yeah, well, I think that's a great point, because where Sinner tends to distance himself from the competition, and I've heard you talking tonight about his ball striking, which is phenomenal from the back of the court, Zverev can actually stay with him. Not many men on the planet can, but Alexander Zverev can. So forehand speed, we spoke about Keys and Sabalenka and the gap that we saw across the match last night. So far in 2025, Sinner 129 kilometres an hour on forehand, Zverev 128. What about spin? 2,900, 3,000. Right there with him. What about backhand speed? 119 for Zverev, 120 for Sinner. Backhand spin, there's a bit of a differential. But Zverev can actually go with him from an average speed and spin perspective off the forehand side.
But he has been misfiring on that forehand. It can be wayward, especially against Djokovic. I think he had 19 errors off that wing. He has in that first set.
He has been. And I've spoken about the second serve return profile. So, I think that's a big one for Alexander Zverev. If he's prepared to step up in the court, have a crack at the Jannik Sinner second serve, because one difference that, and I know we know about the quality of the Zverev serve, across the last 12 months, so not just the Australian summer now, first serves in play, it's going to be a big number tonight. Zverev serves at 71% first serves in play across the last 12 months. Sinner's down at 61. So there's not many men on, again, now the flipping the coin to the other side, if you like, there's not many men on the planet with a better serve than Jannik Sinner. I would argue that Alexander Zverev is one. More first serves in play, more speed on both first and second, and an equally high, if not higher, unreturned percentage in terms of the ability to create that breathing space in his service game. So I think that's one area where, as they walk out on court tonight, I would anticipate that Zverev will have a slight edge from a serving perspective.
But Jannik Sinner just does such a good job to neutralize. I mean, we saw that with Shelton.
That's right.
He neutralised Ben Shelton's massive serve
and
well.
And even though Sinner, I think you're right, in terms of that, he has struggled on serve a little in this tournament.
Yeah.
And of course, didn't have any pre-tournament matches, did he? So he's come in, he's a little scratchy, but he's still managing to hold serve. And how on earth does he do that?
Well, one of the really interesting things is it's all good and well for me to say I think Zverev's got the edge from a serving perspective as the two men take to the court. But when we look at pressure points, and we reference the importance of those in the third set of the women's singles final last night, Sinner's win rate on first serve under pressure, just in the AO, so when he's under the pump, when he's at 30-all, 15-40, 30-40, when he's at juice, when he's trying to fight his way through his service games, he wins 86% of points when he lands the first serve.
Yep.
Zverev's at 75.
Okay.
So I think that's enough to put a gap in the match. Enough times you're going to get to, these two men will get to 30-all, 15-40, juice. They'll have to dig they'll be in tiebreakers, I imagine.
Yes.
It's going to get to the nitty-gritty. And I think if you can elevate your serving performance in moments of duress when you're under pressure versus what we see from you the rest of the time, that's the mark of a true champion, and that's where Sinner's got a slight edge.
Man, this is so good. I love this stuff.
Making me feel better about who I picked anyway.
Yeah, so once you've crunched all the data, are you leaning one way or the other? Are you on the Sinner bandwagon like the rest of us?
Yeah, look, I think I have to be. I do think it could be an absolute battle royale.
Yeah.
So I think we could be here for a long time tonight because...
Settle in, folks.
Yeah, I think we could go the distance, but you won't see me tipping against Jannik Sinner.
What about the intangibles? We talked about them last night, things that we can't measure necessarily by stats, and it could be the mental baggage with Zverev and, losing those other two Grand Slam finals, and obviously the fact that Sinner is 2 from 2. Are there any intangibles that you can
Well, I was going to bring one to the table, and then Kate poo-pooed it very quickly there in terms of the head-to-head record, which is, I think that's a fair point. But I'll tell you what I would say is there's not many men on the planet right now that have a winning record against Jannik Sinner. So that's something that you can now, granted, majority of those matches are 3 and 4 years ago.
Yes.
But I think he'll take to the court feeling a lot better than if the shoe were on the other foot, so to speak. I guess on the flip side, there has to be some level of question mark over Sinner's physicality right now.
The cramping.
We saw the cramping. We've seen some of the struggles through the Runa match. So it's not been an absolutely smooth sailing, flawless campaign.
He's been a little grumpy at times.
Yeah, that's right. Perhaps a little more tense and uptight than we've seen him in years gone by. Yeah,
Get irate before.
We might be clutching at straws, but those are some of the things to look for. If we do go the distance, and his deciding set profile, Jannik Sinner is superb relative to Zverev, so we would expect him to have an edge there. But if we do go the distance, if we get into hour 4 and hour 5 tonight, we'd be wanting to look for physical signs of distress, wouldn't we? Because we've seen a couple so far over the fortnight.
And what about conditions this evening?
Well, I think I was walking across tonight, and whereas last night it was a bit cooler and the wind was out of the southwest and a bit blustery, pretty warm out there tonight.
Tomorrow's going to be 42 degrees, so lucky this isn't being played tomorrow.
The heat's come late today. It was coolish this morning, but so that'll be interesting. I think that will help Sinner.
I think so too, and I think that's all the more reason why Zverev needs to step up and play to win in this final and just fight that default habit of retreating and being a little more patient, a little more conservative, because I don't think that plan A will get it done against Jannik Sinner.
It's got to be an all-out attack from the very first ball.
Now, I'm going to throw something at you, Simon, that you probably not be prepared for.
Okay.
I have a habit of doing this to you, and I do apologise up front.
Okay.
But Zverev,
I can try.
How important is it for him to win that first set?
Well, I think it's important. And it's a good point you make, Kate, because when we get to the deciding sets, so whether it's best of 3 or best of 5, over the last 12 months, Jannik Sinner wins deciding sets 70% of the time. Okay, Zverev's more of a 50-50 proposition in those long matches. Okay, he's 54% of the time he's getting it done. So, kind of physical issues aside of Jannik Sinner, what we've seen from him over the fortnight, we would expect when it gets to the real pointy end that the clutch performance, if you like, of Jannik Sinner, that's right.
Interesting. Simon Ray, it has been brilliant having you on the Evening Serve across the last 2 weeks. Thank you so much for all the work that you've been doing, and go and enjoy tonight and then have a bit of a rest, hopefully.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me back, guys.
Simon Ray with all the stats that matter. Oh, Kate, I absolutely love this. We could get right into the weeds with Simon, I reckon, on some of this stuff. We do. And hopefully our listeners have enjoyed something a little bit different here on the Evening Serve. Now, before we cross to our commentators for tonight's match, because we are about 10 minutes away from getting this show on the road, but we've asked you to do your little Australian Open men's recap again. We did it last night. You've done your homework. I love it. And we're going to start with your highlight of the tournament from a men's perspective.
The young qualifiers for me. On the men's side, it's been so much fun watching them, and I've brought out just the two, which is João Fonseca.
Oh, he's my new favourite. Love him.
The young 18-year-old sensation from Brazil, as I mentioned, he came through qualifiers. He actually won the next gen ATP finals in Jeddah at the end of last year. So clearly can play terrific tennis. But I had not actually watched him live. And I could not believe how that ball just explodes off his racket. It was nuts. Got this huge forehand, big serve, holds it together out on court. He defeated Andrei Rublev, the number 9 seed, 7-6, 6-3, 7-6. And I'm thinking, oh, wow, we are in for the ride of our life here at the Australian Open. And, of course, he went out the next round against Lorenzo Sonego. It was in 5 sets, however. Yeah. But I could watch that boy all day long.
Yeah, it was fantastic tennis.
He is now the youngest top 100 player on tour. Love it. And, of course, then there was Lerner Tien.
Oh, yeah, that was a great ride, wasn't it?
Yep, defeating Daniil Medvedev. In the second round, I think it was finished at 3.
3 in the morning, I reckon,
3:30 in the morning. Another 5-setter, 6-3, 7-6, 6-7, 1-6, 7-6. We did not see that coming. Once again, coming through qualifying, in terrific form. And then he fights his way all the way through to the 4th round. He was injured. And I think that was telling in the end. He was talking about, adrenaline getting him through matches, and he was riding that wave. But you can only, with the best of 5-set matches can only take you so far. And guess who he came up against?
Sonego again.
Yeah, the qualifier killer. But that was a terrific match, and I think that went 4 sets. But Sonego too good in the end. He's had a terrific tournament. But yes, in terms of highlights, definitely those young qualifiers coming through, and how exciting is men's tennis with that young group. Yeah, brilliant.
Very, very exciting times ahead. What about your biggest upset or surprise?
Well, I guess both upset and surprise was Djokovic.
Yeah.
I mean,
we could tell from the match point that you were commenting. Oh my word! You were very surprised.
Yeah, the 10-time champion. And we were picking up bits and pieces of maybe he wasn't moving so well in that first set, but
he still looked okay.
He still looked okay. It was just in between points, but it looked like he was moving fine in the points themselves. And yes, unfortunately for Novak and for all his fans, he just couldn't go on. And he did say in the presser afterwards that it was, even if he had won that first set, he probably only had 3 or 4 more games. And since then, we've been hearing of the muscle tear.
I think it's a hamstring tear that I saw a scan, an MRI on his socials this morning.
Anyone has done a hamstring, they know how difficult that is. Yeah. You're hobbled completely and utterly. So, yeah, I mean, he was after so many records. He's after that big 25, the 25th major.
The 11th Australian Open.
Hanging over his head, isn't it?
Is he going to get it?
Oh, yes. It's getting more difficult.
I'm going to say no.
And it feels like where Serena was.
Yes.
Just grasping at it.
And it's so desperate, but I think it's just passed him by. Maybe, but you can't discount him, obviously.
No. And let's see how he gets over this injury. But you could tell just, he was so disappointed. The other, I guess, surprise was Alex Mickelson, another young player, the 20-year-old from America.
The Americans doing all these great things this tournament.
They had such a good tournament. But he took down 2 seeds, and the first one was in the first round. It was Stefanos Tsitsipas.
That was huge.
Then Karen Khachanov en route to the 4th round. He made it through to the 4th round and played, of course, Australia's Alex de Minaur. I thought he actually looked pretty good in that match. I know a lot of people have spoken about the fact that was a pretty clinical match from de Minaur, but I thought he was a chance there.
He's one to watch, certainly.
Absolutely one to watch. His game is only going to get bigger and better, and very exciting times for the Americans.
Yeah. Great time to be an American in the tennis tour. That is, I'll make that very clear. Story of the tournament.
Oh, it's got to be Gael Monfils.
Love him so much. And I thought I couldn't love him more. And I'm low-key obsessed with Alina Svitolina and Gael Monfils on Instagram and TikTok because they're just like the cutest couple ever. But
and it has been fun watching them behind the scenes
here. Yes, I know.
Right?
But then
After
in that press conference when he said it's not my dream to win a Grand Slam, I've got my dream. My dream is to grow old and have a big family. And I was like, damn, I love you even more now.
I know. Could we? Exactly. It's just, he's just too good. Too good to be true, but so much fun. I mean, he is a highlight reel in himself, isn't he? Yeah. It's just like if you Google Australian Open highlights for 2025, they're all Gael Monfils. Yeah. The man is just brilliant. He's got rubbery arms and legs, and you just never know what you're going to see out there. You know you're going to get an exciting match.
His dance celebrations as well, they're a hit.
Yeah, his dance moves are fabulous. He took out his countryman, Mpeshi Pericard, who we were all looking forward to seeing, but we only got to see him in the first round because Gael Monfils
destroyed him.
Well, not really, but
in 5 sets he got through.
Broke his heart.
Outsmarted him.
What I really loved was after that match, we get to see some of the vision in the locker area and what have you, and the two of them were on the bikes, cooling down, getting rid of all of the lactic acid and just having a lovely chat and discussion and that. And it's just like, it's so nice to see that, competitors on court, but mates off court. And, Gael Monfils, he's 38 years of age, and you've got this young man coming through, and he's just, being just a great person and probably just taking him through perhaps what he should have done.
Yeah, great role model and mentor is Gael Monfils.
Fabulous. And, of course, he's entertaining on court, but he played some fabulous tennis and took out the 4th seed, Taylor Fritz, which I think was a shock for most people.
Yep, that's no easy feat.
No easy feat. And Taylor Fritz has been in terrific form. So that was a great match. That was 4. He lost that first set 3-6, but then 7-5, 7-6, 6-4. to go through to the next round. Unfortunately,
I know, so sad.
It was all too good to be true, wasn't it? And he ended up having to retire against Ben Shelton in that fourth set. But it was a quarterfinal. I mean,
and he'd won the title the week before, a couple of weeks before in Auckland.
I know, and forms such an important thing, I think, going into a major. And we spoke about that with Madison Keys. And Sabalenka, for that matter. I think we keep forgetting that she won up at Brisbane. But,
yes, of course.
Yeah, with Maddie winning in Adelaide, but, Monfils had won in Auckland and was playing some of his best tennis. I think, though, in terms of that, he played so much tennis. And he had got himself caught up
his 38-year-old body
to some long matches here in Australia and under some tough conditions at times. So that was unfortunate that he had the retirement against Ben Shelton. But it's so good to see him at this age playing such exciting tennis. And he recorded his first ever top 5 win at a major here at this year's Australian Open.
There you go.
That's nuts.
That is absolutely nuts. Gail Monfils.
What is that?
Kate, you've smashed your homework once again. A++. Well done to you. Let's get to our commentators quickly before we wrap up the final edition of the Evening Serve for 2025. Steve Pearce and Jill Cravis are standing by. Welcome to you both and happy men's final tonight.
Thanks,
Good
Nat.
evening.
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks.
We have the best seats in the house here. Absolutely right courtside, as we've just seen the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup unveiled inside its Louis Vuitton case, which I know you want one of those, Nat. But
badly. Can you steal it for me?
I think if you just pop down the corridor now, you might be able to meet the people who are bringing it out. You can ask them if you can just take it home.
Yeah, why not? I think that'll go down well.
No reason why not. Look, Jill and I are really looking forward to this one, as you guys are. Obviously, it's a real battle out there, number 1 v number 2, and we heard some of the stats earlier from Simon, and these two can have the potential to go toe-to-toe for many, many hours, and things like that head-to-head between the pair just add a little bit more intrigue into it. For a lot of people, and I've heard you guys on the Jannik Sinner train, but it's just not that simple, is it? There's a lot that can play out here. Alexander Zverev knows how to get this done, Jill.
Yes, he does. He's beaten everybody in the top. I mean, he's gotten himself back to number 2 in the world, which is incredible after a couple years ago having that injury at Roland Garros that we were so concerned about. But he's playing fantastic. He knows he can do it, so I think he's got a great chance.
Who are you on, Sinner?
No, I'm on Zverev, actually.
You're on Zverev.
Zverev in 5.
And I'm on Zverev in 4. And we're looking forward to bringing it to you in just a couple of minutes. Kate, Nat, back to you as we build up to the big one.
Thanks, guys.
Steve and Jill, our callers for tonight on Rod Laver Arena. We cannot wait for this men's final for the 2025 Australian Open to kick off. This has been the Evening Serve. Thank you to all of our wonderful guests across the last 2 weeks. And Kate, thank you to you.
Nat, what fun we've had.
We've had an absolute blast. I hope you have enjoyed tuning in to us each and every evening to bring you up to date with all of your tennis news. But stay tuned to AO Radio because the men's final is coming your way very shortly. Will it be the world number 1, Jannik Sinner, going 3 from 3 in Grand Slams, or will it be third time lucky for Alexander Zverev? We're about to find out. Get over to Rod Laver Arena now.
Around the grounds on 99.7 FM and around the world on the official Australian Open app and ausopen.com. This is AO Radio.
It is the decider for the men's singles for 2025, and we have got 2 men who are set for a battle royale on Rod Laver Arena this evening. The 2 top guns of men's tennis.
In nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare, in history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia.
Great stuff. The Australian national anthem sung for you there on Rod Laver Arena, as the Australian of the Year was also brought out. Neil Danaher, local football star in his own right, football coach and beloved Australian who's suffering from motor neurone disease, and was announced as the Australian of the Year. So very warm applause, of course, for him from a local sense, and to be fair, from anywhere around the world. Such a horrible disease, and he's been fighting it so bravely and raising so much money for motor neurone disease. Great stuff. So, good evening, Steve Pearce with you for this men's singles final. Alexander Zverev, he's come so close on a couple of occasions. He's been trying to win a major, this tournament amongst it, for 10 years. He's back in the final, and the man he's going to face on the other side of the net, the defending champion, top seed, and the dominant force in men's tennis right now, Jannik Sinner. The scene is set for what should be an absolute cracker. The roof is opening. It couldn't be better conditions for this men's deciding match, and AO Radio is the place to hear it. We're great to have your company here on this final Sunday, the third Sunday of the Australian Open. Steve Pearce with you, Jill Krabus alongside me. Jill,
good evening. Yes, good evening.
For the final time, good
yes,
evening.
I am very excited for this. This is going to be so much fun. Both of these guys playing outstanding tennis. I think, Zverev has been wanting this position again for a very long time. So he's been so close, and he's beaten the top guys continuously, and I feel like he's playing good enough to be able to get through today against Sinner. But Sinner, of course, one of the most consistent, one of the best returners, which he's going to need out here today against the way Sasha can serve. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to go the distance.
Yes. Okay, so you're going Zverev in 5.
I'm going Zverev in 5, which I said earlier, yeah, and you're going
Zverev in 4.
Zverev in 4.
There's a couple of things that I'm interested in. I don't discount that head-to-head record, and I think it is important that, it was only 2023 US Open. That was only a few months before Jannik Sinner came here and won the title last year. It's still a very fresh statistic, and for Alexander Zverev, he's got that in the back of his mind, that he knows that he can beat Jannik Sinner on the big stages. Now, of course, this is the biggest stage that they've met on to decide a title, and he's got to be feeling nerves, but he can draw on the fact he's been to Roland Garros final, US Open final before. He kind of knows what to expect. He couldn't be better placed to win his first major. I think it's going to be 4, if it is 4 sets, and clearly, what do I know, but clearly it's going to be very, very tight 4 sets, you would think.
I think so. I think it's going to be very, very tight overall, and we're just getting pictures of both these guys jumping around, warming up, about to start the Champions Walk to Rod Laver Arena. But yeah, I think it's going to be very tight. I think it does help a little bit Zverev that he has a good record against him. Head-to-head is 4-2 in Zverev's favor, and they've met numerous times at the Grand Slam level. 3 times. So they've been facing each other a lot, but also on the big stage, which you mentioned, and that's an important factor to consider. And there's going to be nerves, no doubt. There's always nerves. I mean, even if they look calm and composed, it's just a normal part of this situation is to feel those nerves. It's just about how you best handle them.
Jannik Sinner, for his part, is not looking too bad a shape either. He's come through to the final in some style, but he has had some difficult moments along the way. He's suffered from a little bit of cramp in his semi-final, and obviously he had that previous match where he was very much on the edge against Holger Rune when he was struggling with some illness. Can he get back to 100% fitness and form for tonight? Because I think he's going to have to operate at that to beat Zverev. It just poses as a terrific contest, and as you mentioned there, Jill, both players with keeping a fair bit of distance and zero eye contact between them, warming up and waiting for that walk down the corridor of champions.
Well, they did have a high five earlier when they saw each other earlier in the day when they were passing in the hallway. Just kind of gave each other a high five, which is normal. Obviously, they know each other extremely well. But yeah, when it comes time to moments before walking out to the court, it is game face on, as you can see. But they both look good. They both look ready for this moment.
Kate Kearns is the other member of our broadcast team. Well, alongside Peter Mercado and Mark Hillerwaddy, of course, as well. But Kate, welcome along.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
What are your thoughts on the contest?
Well, I think it's going to go 5 sets and Sinner.
Okay, all right, you're on the Sinner train, we're on the Zverev train. We'll see what happens. They're just about to walk down the corridor of champions now and out onto Rod Laver Arena.
Back in the semi-finals of the Australian Open. Zverev is looking very sharp. Can you believe it? Zverev through to his first ever Australian Open final. Is this the year to win his maiden major? A second semi-final here in Australia for the defending champion.
Sensational from Sinner. It'll be a third major final. He maximised the moments today and found a way to win like all great champions do.
It's time for the men's singles final. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Germany, Alexander Zverev. Australian Open champion from Italy, Jannik Sinner.
So both players out to very warm ovations from a packed crowd, a packed Rod Laver Arena. They walk past the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup, which one of them will be holding in 2, 3, 4 or 5 hours from now. We don't know quite what's going to unfold, but of course the best of 5 can go for quite a while, and these two have the potential to go toe-to-toe for quite a while. Jannik Sinner has come out. He'll have that yellow top on that he's been wearing all tournament with the yellow cap. Sasha Zverev, the light red top and the pinky red headband. And both players just getting themselves set at their chair, both with their game faces on. Damien Dumissois is in the chair for this evening's men's final, and Sasha Zverev is the first man out to the net to shake hands with the ball kid who's going to do the toss, and the umpire Jannik Sinner taking his time. Now do contact us right throughout the broadcast tonight. We'd love to hear from you. aoradio@tennis.com.au, that's the email address, or you can use the web form through the app and through ozopen.com. Radio Jannik Sinner is also at the net. Let's hear the coin toss.
Gentlemen, after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture with Oscar behind, please, and just the two of you, all right? So I call the net myself, 25 seconds between points. You know where the blocks are. I call the score, I start the clock. You know, on this court we have video review. You can challenge no tap, fall shot, going through the net, okay? You cannot challenge when the serve hit the net, foot fault, hand violation and cut violation, all right? Do you have any questions? No? Sasha, is going to be your choice. We have John Newcomb or AO? AO, please. AO. AO. You receive? Say?
Sasha Zverev has won the toss and chosen to receive, which is an interesting strategy in itself. And the moment is there for the German and the Italian. They take the photograph. That's the last time that they will shake hands and meet at the net until we know who is going to take home the trophy this evening. Will it be a defending champion, a double defending champion in Jannik Sinner, or will it be a first major title for the German Alexander Zverev? That's what we're going to find out over the next few hours. A little moment of history potentially for Jannik Sinner, of course, as well. Nicola Pietrangeli won 2 major titles. Jannik Sinner can become the most successful in the men's singles side of things for Italians if he is able to win tonight. I'm sure we'll have plenty of listeners right across Italy, right across Germany, right across the world this evening. And as I mentioned, great to have your company. So we're just getting a look at the 2 players here tonight. Jill, just your initial thoughts on Zverev winning the toss, choosing to receive?
Yeah, I think similar circumstances to when a lot of players choose to receive. They just are looking to get that early break, hoping that maybe there might be some nerves out there for both players, and Sasha maybe trying to get some rhythm off the return. He's got one of the best serves in the men's game, so he can rely on that to consolidate that break if he's able to get that break right out of the gates. But I think that's probably what he's trying to go for and hope for.
So these are the 2 dominant players in the game right across 2024. Sinner and Zverev are at the top of just about every stat sheet that you'd want to find. It was obviously, as far as the titles went, Sinner winning 8 was just an extraordinary 2024 season, just the couple for Zverev. But when you look at the 1-2s on win-losses at tour level, it was Sinner 1, Zverev 2. Hardcourt win-losses, it was Sinner 1, Zverev 2. It's incredible. It's a clash of the titans, isn't it, really, at the top of men's tennis, when you don't get the upsets necessarily through the tournament, when the top 2 seeds are not knocked out earlier, but it's when they arrive at this moment, there's such a buzz when you just think, here are the 2 preeminent forces in the sport. Let's see who's best tonight.
And 2 the strongest on this surface as well, on the hard course. They're both so strong and dominant when it comes to hard court wins as well. So no surprise that maybe they're meeting in the final. Of course, I think it was a surprise that Djokovic had to retire against Zverev. I'm bringing that up also because Zverev just had to play that 1 set against Djokovic, so had a little bit longer recovery time. You know, you referenced the fact that Sinner maybe had a little bit of crampage in his semifinal match against Shelton. It was a very, very physical match, so we'll have to keep our eyes out for maybe if that ends up being a factor, because I do think we're going to have a lot of long rallies. I do think this is going to be another physical match in this final.
We've just got about 90 seconds of the warm-up left to go, Jill. Tactically, something that Zverev has to do well tonight?
Yes, I think we'll serve well. Right. I think he's got one of the best serves because Sinner is one of the best returners, so he's going to have to mix up his serve quite a bit. A lot of the guys have said it's one of the hardest serves to read off his racket, so that's an advantage for him. I would also like to see Sasha come forward a little bit more. These are those circumstances where sometimes he can get passive, and I think I would love to see him keep going for it. And that was why he was so dominant in the beginning of that final match against Dominic Thiem at the US Open, was how much he came to the net, how successful he was, but he ended up backing off. So I would love to see him continue to try and look for that strategy.
And the same question for Sinner?
Sinner, I just think wants to keep these rallies long. He's going to have to get a lot of returns back in play. That's going to be important for him, and he did that incredibly well against Shelton. That was one of the biggest factors in that match that he got through, because so many of the balls came back into play, and that is going to put pressure on the Zverev serve if he can continue to try and get these returns back. And when he has that forehand, he has been able to annihilate it a bit more, so he's going to go after the forehand.
Kate Kearns is going to keep us across your correspondence this evening. Kate.
Thanks, Steve. Yes, we've got emails flying through here, and they're all coming from around the world. And I've got one here from Eleni, who's listening from Athens, Greece. It's nice and sunny and warm. And I've been listening to AO Radio for the past many years, and I just want to thank you for your great work. Totally love the Keys winning, Madison Keys winning her first Grand Slam yesterday. Thanks, Eleni. We got time for another one?
Squeeze one in.
Oh, we've got David's listening to us from Tristan in California. Said, good evening. Do any of the other majors offer an Ask the Booth interaction? it takes me about a week to readjust to a normal sleep schedule. Tomorrow we'll suffer from AO Open withdrawal. I hope I've enjoyed everyone's commentary and looking forward to a cracker this morning.
Well, I do know that because I work for Wimbledon Radio too, and I do know they don't have really an Ask the Booth, but people can, through social media, write in and give comments and questions, and we can answer it that way. But it's not direct email Ask the Booth.
All right. We're just about ready to go here, live on AO Radio, Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne. It's the men's singles final at the Australian Open for 2025. It's Alexander Zverev and Jannik Sinner. And we're ready to go. Sinner with balls in hand down this near end. Serves an ace down the middle.
Not a bad start. We were just talking so much about Zverev's serve. Forgot to mention Jannik's serve.
He seems to have settled.
Yeah.
Sinner with the perfect start. Not a spare seat in the house tonight. At 15 love, Sinner goes down the middle. This is going to land out from Zverev. Managed to get a forehand racket onto it, but just pulling it wide.
And this is important for Sinner, of course, because of how good Zverev can serve as well. To have this strong start, Zverev opting to receive, hoping to maybe make a little bit of a crack into the first Sinner service game.
30 love, serving out wide. Zverev, for the first time, got a decent racket on that forehand out wide, but still found the net.
Both looking very calm in the beginning.
Yeah, they are right now. On the biggest of stages. Near perfect start for Jannik Sinner at 40 love. Zverev well behind the baseline to receive this. That'll be the story for most of the night. Gets onto this backhand, gets it back into play. Sinner unloads on a big backhand. And Zverev on the run, forehand into the net. It is the perfect start for Jannik Sinner. And in the blink of an eye, he holds serve for 1 love.
And no time to warm up, really. I mean, he just went after it from the beginning. Yeah, incredible
good
service
serving,
game.
Very good serving, quite heavy, well placed. And a quick drink for Jannik Sinner at his chair. And for Zverev, well, he's just straight round past the umpire and now has a couple of tennis balls in his hand right in front of us here for his opening service game. Probably wasn't quite what he had in mind when he chose to receive, but nevertheless, these two are terrific exponents of the serve, and that is not unexpected that Sinner was going to deliver such a strong service game. All right, here we go. Let's see what Zverev has got to offer on serve. He's right in front of us here in the commentary box. The German with his first serve of this final. Lands it heavily. Sinner gets onto it with the first backhand, then goes cross-court with the forehand. Zverev defends that well enough. Heavy net cord, jumps onto the forehand of Zverev. On the run, the German goes back cross-court. Sinner skidding to stay in this, very low over the net. Up the line, Sinner pulled the trigger on the backhand, just missed it.
I still do not understand how these guys slide all over the place on the hard court. I mean, Sinner almost doing the splits there. But that's why he's able to get back into the court so quickly. He's got such good, stable base.
15 love on the Zverev serve. Serving here, that one catches the net cord heavily and flies wide. Sasha just taking his time here. Second serve. Kicks up quite high, jumping into the shot on the backhand with Sinner, then low over the net from the Italian. Good depth on that forehand, bit short from Zverev. Goes back cross-court, the pair, then up the line from Sinner. On the covering on the backhand, Zverev. He hung tough there, and the mistake again from Jannik Sinner. Cross-court forehand goes wide.
Yeah, I really feel like there's going to be quite a few long rallies, so it's about who's going to want to pull the trigger or change direction first just to put that pressure on. And Zverev's going to be looking to use that backhand down the line when he can. He was in great position on that one to change it up.
30 love. Ball bounces for Alexander. Now he's ready to go. serves to the forehand of Sinner, who's getting a good read on the Zverev serve at the moment. Backhand from the German, toe-to-toe down the middle of the court. Switching to the off backhand was Jannik Sinner for a clean winner and the first point against serve tonight.
That time Sinner taking the ball throughout that rally slightly earlier. That's one area of his game that he's improved significantly, is taking so many balls early, rushing his opponents.
It's a fast start from Jannik Sinner. 30-15. On the Zverev serve. Serves out wide. That's an ace from Sasha Zverev. His first of the evening, and well timed. 40-15.
It comes from such a high trajectory as well, Sasha, with how tall he is. Even when he went flat hard, that ball bounced so high off the bounce.
27 years old from Hamburg. Zverev serving.
First service.
Just still, even though it caught the net cord, it did land just in. So it will be still a first serve. He's ready now. Into the service motion and goes down the middle again. Sinner does really well to get this ball back in play. Heavy net cord from Zverev. Well retrieved from Sinner. Low over the net. Both players on the backhand. Skidding with the forehand. Sinner puts it long and Zverev holds to 15. And it's a good, strong start from both players. One game all.
But that's what I mean about the service game. A lot of these returns still came back into play. It was a very comfortable service hold from Zverev. It'll just be interesting to see, the more Sinner's able to get returns in, how Zverev adapts to that or how he responds to that.
Yeah, Jannik won't be that disappointed. He got to play on most of those serves, didn't he? Yeah.
I mean, it's still a pretty easy hold, but throughout the course of a match, sometimes that can apply pressure when you're not getting as free points on the first serve.
Jannik Sinner serves and a complete miss hit on the backhand from Zverev flies well wide of the court. 15-love. Great start from Jannik Sinner, certainly, on serve. Down the far end, the Italian. Zverev's about 6 feet behind the baseline to receive this. That's great serving out wide from Sinner. Zverev got his backhand racket onto it, but he was well outside the court, couldn't control it. 30-love.
Well, the way he's serving now, I feel like all he did yesterday in practice was hit serves.
It's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's serving great right now.
That last one, 193 k's an hour, 120 miles an hour, out wide. At 30-love. Sinner looking that time for the tee. Missed it quite a bit to the left as we look at it. Serving from down the far end, Jannik Sinner, second serve onto the backhand of Zverev. Zverev gets that pretty deep, then goes with his own backhand cross-court. Sinner returns the favour. The pairs stay on the same angle behind the baseline. Slight change from Sinner brings this back centrally. Good depth from both players. That was off the baseline from Sinner. Slice from Zverev, really low over the net. Big forehand from Sinner. Well defended by Zverev. Cross court that time from Zverev. He stays on that angle. Sinner picks this up. Both players very close to the baseline until the mistake. Just skidding to play that forehand from Zverev. Puts it wide and long.
High quality rallying from both players, and incredible just watching them set up for these balls, how low both of them are getting to the ground. Almost their back knees from both Sinner and Zverev almost touching the ground. Incredible job.
23-shot rally in this third game. 40-love for Sinner. For a 2-1 lead in the first set. He serves out wide. Zverev does really well to get this back, but it's just dismissed at the net by Sinner. And he's had 2 service games and he's not dropped a point. And leads by 2 games to 1 on serve as the players ready themselves for their first sit down after 8 minutes of this one on Rod Laver Arena.
I was just looking at their head-to-head, actually, because we've discussed it a few times. Zverev leading 4-2 in the head-to-head. They only played once last year. in the 2024, and that was in Cincinnati. It was super fast courts.
And very tight sets, weren't they?
Yeah, it ended up being, yes, very tight. Ended up being, Sinner won that, and it ended up being 7-6, 11-9 in the tiebreak in the first set, 5-7, and then 7-6 in the third set, 7-4 in the tiebreak.
That's pretty much
I
nothing,
really feel like that's what we're in for today.
Yeah.
But then the previous 4 meetings before that all went to Zverev.
Yeah.
And then it was the first meeting between the two way back in 2020, way back.
On clay
At Roland Garros, where Sinner won that in 4 sets. So it's actually quite of a stretch, and then only once last year. It's interesting, I think.
Yeah, it is. And here's the first meeting of 2025, and you couldn't get a much more high-profile one.
And these courts are a lot slower than the last time they played last year in Cincinnati. Those courts are like lightning.
Right.
So I feel like we're going to see longer rallies, is what I'm saying.
Yes, and we've already seen one long one, and the way the two attacked that last 23-shot rally in the previous service game, I think that gives you an indication of what's to come. Okay, Zverev to serve for the first time down the far end now. 1-2 in the opening set of the men's final. He goes, he went to the backhand of Sinner, but it was just a fault. Just redirecting that ball to the ball kid at the net. Ready for a second serve. Sinner with quite an aggressive stance here on the second serve. He's not far from the baseline, moves in and takes this quite early on the backhand, forcing Zverev to backpedal and play an awkward forehand, which he put wide.
I mean, his reactions are so quick that he can afford to be that far inside the baseline to take a second serve, and he wants to be there too because Sasha does have a great kick, doesn't want to get it too high. That's where you can't really connect with it well. So it's good that Sinner looking to take that early.
So love 15. Zverev serves onto the forehand of Sinner, and then looking for the 1-2 punch, which was there for Zverev. He missed the forehand into the net. Love 30.
Got a little close to that ball, just couldn't get out of the way actually to allow himself to swing through that one, Zverev.
Be concerning for the Zverev team, the way that Sinner is returning at the moment. He's getting onto everything just about. The one ace so far for Zverev. Let's see what happens here at love 30. Serving heavily down the middle, Sinner still gets this back and forces Zverev to hit one more ball, which he does. Puts it away with a backhand, but Sinner doing well so far.
Yeah, it was a great serve, and he's going to need to place it that well consistently, Zverev, because that could have been an ace and so many other players, but Sinner reacting well, anticipating well.
15-30. Just the very early stages of this men's singles final. As Zverev serves, onto it is Sinner again. Going with the off forehand was Zverev. Tried for drop shot. Sinner's there and puts it away down the line. That's great stuff from the Italian. Skipped up, moved well, and just eased that ball down the line right near the baseline.
I don't even think he knew that he could tell that was coming, but he got such a quick step up to that ball. Maybe a little bit more height than Zverev would have liked on the drop shot, because Sinner was quick enough to catch that ball above the net to get it past Zverev.
So, first break points of the evening are for Jannik Sinner at 15-40. Zverev serves out wide. That's good serving. The forehand from Sinner was nowhere near the court.
Yeah, nice change up. Going out wide, going for the shorter part of the service box, so it swung further out wide on Sinner.
30-40, still break point for Jannik Sinner. Serves again out wide. Sinner does brilliantly to get on this. On Zverev, he just put it away. Sinner making incredible ground across the baseline. Still had a play on it, but his forehand cross went into the net. Both break points saved.
That was incredible. It still got a racket on that ball. I mean, that was a very good, heavy, hard approach shot from Zverev.
I mean, Zverev couldn't do a lot more than what he did, and Jannik still got there. He didn't make it, but he still got there, and it'll give Zverev something else to think about the next time that happens. Juice. Zverev serves to the forehand of Sinner, goes back behind him. Sinner does brilliantly to recorrect and still get the ball back, but Zverev saw the short ball, pounced and put it away.
And that's what I like, Zverev closing at the net. He's so tall and long.
There's no room to go around. There's not much room.
Yeah, I mean, he can use that to his advantage, that presence that he can create at the net. So I would love to see him up there more often.
You'd imagine we'll see him a bit at the net today, Alexander Zverev. He moves to a game point for 2-all. Serves out wide. Sinner with a backhand. You heard the let's go as that ball was still in the air because it was clearly going long. And Zverev holds 2 break points. He sees them off and holds for 2-all.
I like that response from Zverev. He actually isn't, I wouldn't say he's that vocal so early on in a match. 2-all. Big hold there for Zverev.
So Jannik Sinner, who's not been troubled on serve to this point, moves to the baseline. It's 2 games all. A couple of break points have slipped by for Jannik Sinner. And he's ready now in this 5th game. Serves to, he's going at the backhand of Zverev, but just missing the box. Spin of the racket from the Italian. Goes through that familiar routine. He's ready. Serves. Not much on this. So Zverev has a bit of a go at it on the backhand. On the run. Makes the backhand cross court. Sinner goes for the big ball down the line. Zverev is there to defend. Open court for Zverev. Somehow a skidding Sinner stays in it, but he can't keep in it for long. And the forehand winner from Zverev is pure.
Yeah, that's the aggressive style that he has to play. Zverev, that was such a good point from him, just putting a little extra behind these ground strokes. And I like anything short right now. He's got to hit and continue that momentum forward. That's just going to put a little, help him put a little extra pace on that approach shot.
So Sinner loses his first point on serve tonight. It's love 15. Just ticked past 8 o'clock in the evening on this Sunday night in Melbourne as Sinner serves out wide. Zverev just gets this back into play. Sinner unloads on a cross-court forehand, then switches to a backhand. Same angle from Zverev. Up the line goes Sinner. Zverev is there to meet it. Meets this cross-court to Zverev. So does Sinner on the backhand, then back centrally from the pair. And then Zverev trying for the cross-court forehand, pulled it wide into the tram lines.
That's trying to open the court a little bit more. Zverev. And Sinner's movement puts so much pressure on you, so you feel like somehow I got to use that angle a bit more, trying to spread the court so you have that opening more. It wasn't a bad shot to go for. It's just that pressure Sinner applies.
A wide open roof at Rod Laver Arena. It's a beautiful evening, cooling off to about 18 degrees, something like that. Around 68 Fahrenheit or thereabouts. So just good temperature and weather to play tennis in. As Sinner serves heavily down the middle.
He's hitting that one well. He's hitting that one well on the deuce side, that down the tee serve.
Yep. Certainly is. So he dropped the opening point here, but he's hit back to be ahead 30-15. The 23-year-old from Italy, the defending champion. Jannik Sinner serves, forehand from Zverev, just sort of sits up so Sinner can really attack this with the forehand, but now he rocks back to the baseline. Playing a backhand now is Sinner, and then a big looping forehand from Zverev, switches to the backhand cross-court. Both players cross-court now, low over the net. They exchange on the same backhand shot until Sinner goes up the line and catches Zverev out just a bit. And the forehand hits the net from the German. 40-15.
I think that's a good pattern for Sinner, that backhand cross-court rally. Even though it's in the strength to Zverev, he hits the angle very well, that if he can spread the court, then change backhand down the line with pace, that's what Zverev sometimes on the forehand can make the error. It's a big shot from Sinner.
And so it happened. Serving here is Sinner, looking out wide, but just unable to make it. Mark Webber, the former Formula One racing driver, in the crowd tonight. A few celebrities or well-known people, they might prefer to be known, or sports stars, they might even prefer that. Cross-court here, both players on the backhand. Bit more on that from Sinner, but he just mishit it a little bit and pushed it long beyond the baseline, 40-30.
It was a bit more on the backhand from Zverev as well. Staying so low over the net.
So, just the first, I mean, no pressure as yet, but just the first point of intrigue on the Sinner serve that we've had in the third service game now. He's stretched to 40-30. Let's see what he delivers here. Sinner sets himself, serves heavily. Zverev just using the pace of the serve and dipping the next forehand just over the net. Sinner unable to make the volley.
That was a good approach shot from Sinner, too. That forehand had a lot on it, but because Zverev saw him coming forward, it actually forced Zverev to go for a bit more, which helped him hit a great shot, accelerate through that forehand better.
So we make it to deuce on the Sinner serve. Zverev ready to receive down the far end, stepping back well behind the baseline to receive here as Sinner goes with the serve to the forehand, but it's just too long in the box. So it'll be a second serve here. Sinner goes right at the body of Zverev, who does really well with the first return, then picks this up on a backhand. Backhand also from Sinner. Change of shot from Zverev. Couple of forehands from him. Quite short, though. Sinner really attacking heavily at the moment. Pulling that wide on. Zverev just tried to bite off a bit too much. He went for it. Cross-court on the forehand, but missed it a foot wide.
Sinner applying a little bit more of an angle. Took some pace off the forehand, but still heavy enough where Zverev felt like he had to go for a big shot. He was so far into the doubles alley.
So Sinner just dispatching one ball there with some disdain. He obviously doesn't like that one. Now he's back at the baseline here with a game point for 3-2. Quick glance up at the serving clock, which is going to very nearly run out before he serves down the middle. Zverev with a forehand response, and that's out from Sinner. Just too long from the Italian. He just had a quick glance up at the serve clock there, which was ticking down very quickly. Doesn't want to engage in a warning or test the patience of Damien Dumassois too much in the opening set. Be no trouble this time as he sets himself here at deuce. Sinner goes out wide, cannoning into the Rolex clock, but it's a fault. Quickly regathered by the ball kid. Second serve, Sinner, forehand from Zverev, got a nice angle on that, well picked up by Sinner into the opposite corners. Sinner happy to rally here onto the backhand cross-court, change of direction from Zverev, side to side he goes, and Zverev pulling the trigger up the line, pushed it wide on the backhand.
A little ambitious, I think, changing direction on that ball, but just trying to get it more to Sinner's forehand. Both of these guys' backhands are just so rock solid. That technique is so good on the backhand of both Sinner and Zverev. So Zverev trying to target that corner a bit more.
7 minutes for this fifth game. We haven't decided it yet, but Jannik Sinner has a game point for a 3-2 lead. Italian serves, backhand from Zverev is in on the run. He makes a forehand that's too long from Zverev. He looks up at the sky, a bit frustrated, but that was a much better service game for him there on the Sinner serve. He pressed a fair bit and got it to deuce a couple of times. But Jannik Sinner holds, and impressively so, and leads by 3-2. Kate.
Dan's listening to us from San Antonio in Texas and said, this is my favourite day. I've got AO radio with earbuds and Daytona 24 on the TV. Thanks for everything you've done at this year's AO, and as always, looking forward to next January, and go Sinner.
Okay,
got Barbara who's in the barn. Or hang on, no, Barbara was in the barn, now she's heading to the house to listen to AO radio. Said, thanks for a great 2 weeks. I'll be sad to go back to listening to regular radio. Don't have a pick, just want a great 5-set match. Can't wait till next year. There's a lot of that going on. Oh, now, Jill, what is this about the Jill Swill?
Oh, have you not heard this,
Well,
Kate?
I've got Jason J from St Helena.
Yep.
Or St Helena.
Yep.
Final edition of AO. Keyword is Zverev to take a shot.
Okay.
And if it gets too much, the safe word is the Joker to end the game.
The Joker?
Yeah. Does that make any sense to you?
Okay, so
I'm getting nods here too. So
yes,
okay.
I have to explain this, Kate. So there, from the beginning of the tournament, there was a game called the Jill Swill. Have you heard this, Steve? No. Where I think it was during one of Kokkinakis's matches, and every time I said Kokkinakis, they took a shot of something.
Okay.
Pete was saying it was orange juice, probably.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I got stuck saying his last name over and over again. And then it continued to Dimonar's match. So every time I said Dimonar, and then I started shortening it to Demon, just so
clever.
Just so they would be safe. So I might have to start saying Sasha quite a bit, just so they don't go overboard. Yeah. So now every time I say, "Here we go, it's Zverev," you take a shot.
Doesn't matter, it's only orange juice. Right, here we go. On the 6th game, Alexander Zverev, he's strode out right in front of us here. He's ready to go and serves. And that's out wide. Beautifully struck. 196 kilometres per hour. Perfectly placed.
Yeah.
15 love. Both players looking very comfortable here. Of course, not a first rodeo for either of them. They've been in major finals before. Sinner's won a couple of them. Very keen to win a third here. For Sasha, it'll be third time lucky in the major finals.
Thank you so much.
Zverev serves onto the backhand of Sinner, which lands just in, and then again, a couple of times he's made that mistake on the forehand with the change of direction on the second shot. Sasha Zverev pulls it wide in the tram lines.
Well, that was an instance where he backpedaled after that second serve, expecting the big return from Sinner, so just got caught because it landed short.
Number of ball bounces here for Zverev. And he's ready, serves heavily, but it just caught the neck cord. I didn't hear it, but not sure.
Zverev doesn't look convinced,
overly convinced that hit the net, but no one, well, you can argue with the umpire, of course you can. It's unlikely to change his mind, though, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
15 all, 2-3. Zverev serves again, looks for that ace down the middle, just missed it by a few inches to the right. Jill Cravis and Steve Pearce with you here for the men's singles final. Kate Kearns along also. Peter Mercato and Mark Helawati rounding out our commentary team this evening as Zverev serves to Sinner's forehand. He just unloaded on that, Sinner. A real stand and deliver forehand. He just missed it by a couple of feet. Will give Zverev something to think about.
Yes,
30-15.
exactly. Oh, he has to go for that. I mean, even you could see Sasha's face just a little bit relieved. That one went wide.
30-15. Serving heavily down the middle. That's a beautiful ace from Zverev.
That was big. That one bounced so high. Right into the corner, down the tee from Zverev.
Massively unreturnable. Sinner's had a good read on the Zverev serve tonight, but he couldn't get near that one. So 40-15 here. And Zverev is ready and serves. Goes wide and slams into the Rolex clock again. That's a very impressive service game from Alexander Zverev. And he levels this first set at 3 games all.
Those last 2 serves were huge. And the one out wide, too. I mean, Sinner just swiped at it, not even close with how good of a spin and pace that last serve had from Zverev.
Very, very big and accurate serving from the 6'6" Alexander Zverev. The 6'3" Jannik Sinner is ready to go. Sounds pretty tall to me anyway, either way. Just bunted back by Zverev, asking Sinner to make the play. Defensive ball up from Zverev, backpedaling, it lands in. Smash from the back of the court was pure quality cross-court from the Italian.
God, he got back for that very fast. It was pretty good deep lob from Zverev, but Sinner did a great job of getting back quickly. He was right on the baseline, but did well to get underneath the ball to be able to slap that ball down.
Gave the other end of the court a bit of a glare in general. Won't be trying that lob again. I've got that covered. Sinner 15 love serves. Down the middle, Zverev does very well just to get the forehand. He nearly got it back. It clipped the tape heavily.
30 love.
Thought about going over, but decided to land back on the German side. So 30 love here in the 7th game.
I mean, it's not easy to get a serve by Zverev with that reach.
Huh?
6'6".
I know.
The length.
I know.
It has to be placed that good.
I know. On every level. I'm not sure how many of these balls I would get back in an entire evening. Actually, I am sure. It'd be
zero. It would be 0 for me.
Maybe just hanging out for the double fault.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just it's very big serving from both men. 30 love here. On to the backhand of Zverev. Same from Sinner. Then the backhand straight down the middle of the court. Very low over the net from Sinner. Bit more height on this ball now. And then Sinner just pushing long beyond the baseline on the backhand. Sinner just coming to have a look at something on the court.
30.
Can't 100% see what that was, but it was something that caught Jannik's eye, which he has removed. And it's 30-15. Sun still, I mean, not on the court, but still out in the sky. It's a beautiful evening. The lights obviously have come on as we tick just past 8:15 in the evening on a Sunday night. Sinner serves out wide. Public holiday in Australia, or Australia Day. It'll be a public holiday tomorrow as well, so many people watching tonight will be gleefully thinking they don't have to get up tomorrow, however late this goes. Running around onto the backhand is Zverev here. There's another backhand. Sinner really aggressively trying the inside-in forehand, but that was too low from him, and it was straight into the net cord. 30 all.
Yeah, it wasn't quite up to the ball. Really good low shot from Zverev on the backhand cross.
He's just beginning to bite more and more bits off the Sinner serve at the moment.
Yep.
Got him to juice in the last game. We're at 30 all in this game. Just like an apple just nibbling away, just getting closer to the core.
That was good. I like that.
Can he earn a break point? The core is the break point. Serving heavily. No, says Jannik Sinner right now. And grabs the apple back. 40-30.
At 30 all, you feel like you're so close to. You're thinking, okay, this is my moment. I got to take it. And then that serve just flies by you.
At 204 kilometres per hour. Pretty much faster than you can drive anywhere in the world legally. Mark Webber might disagree. Serving here, Sinner. It's a long way out, though, this one. Looking at the wide serve there, but missed even the tram lines at 40-30. Serving here with the second serve. Onto it with a forehand is Zverev. Then he goes cross-court, the German. So does Sinner. And then the miss hit, just rolling his wrists over on a regulation forehand from Zverev. And Sinner holds to 30. Good stuff from the Italian. And the 7th game has passed. And we remain on serve in this opening set of the men's final between Jannik Sinner and Alexander Zverev.
Great contest. Love it already. We knew this is what we wanted, both coming with such good quality at the beginning. They both knew they had to serve exceptionally well.
Zverev asking Damien Demissois, there was some conversation, and the umpire is on the phone.
Okay.
Just don't know what that is, but...
Me neither. We'll find out soon enough, I'm sure.
And the conversation between the umpire and Zverev continues. We need a lip-reading expert in here, Jill.
I mean, I don't think it's to train or anything. I think, yeah, I was wondering if it was maybe just to get some racket strong. I'm not quite sure what's happening.
He looks frustrated about it. He's making a 2 symbol to his father and coach in the coach's pod. At least I presume it was 2.
He said 1 and then 2. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Anyway, taking on some liquid. He looked a bit frustrated about something. He's going to be serving here at 3-4 with the ball still fairly new.
No, new balls. It'll be new balls.
Sorry, yes,
now.
now.
Yeah,
yes.
it'll be new balls now.
You could say very new.
I think maybe that's part of the reason new balls with the racket, because the players with new balls usually go to get a freshly strung racket because it's just tighter, can control the ball better.
It is something to do with the rackets.
Thank you.
And there's lots of discussions between A. Zverev Senior and A. Zverev Junior. And anyway, the player version is now walking back to the baseline, has the balls, has a racket. Whether he's 100% happy with it or not, well, probably find out over the next couple of minutes right here. So Zverev to serve with new balls at 3-4. Serves looking for the serve out wide, but just missed that. Not by much, into the tram lines.
Sinner going way far back to return the second serve.
Zverev goes to the backhand of Sinner, who gets through that okay, and then he's back at the baseline with a forehand. Quite a lot of height over the net at the moment from both these players. Forehand from Zverev. There's another one coming inside. Sinner with a backhand. That's too much depth on that backhand from Zverev, and he drops his shoulders a bit. Pushing long, he's dropped the opening point of this 8th game.
I like that decision from Sinner to be a little bit further back. That second serve of Zverev's kicked so high, so just gave himself a little bit more time to let that ball drop into his strike zone. Got great depth off the return.
Could slip the underarm serve in. He's so far back, Sinner.
That's true. I don't think I've ever seen Sasha do that.
No, nor have I. It's first time for everything. Seems unlikely. Okay, Zverev serving here. Backhand from Sinner still lands in the court. Big looping forehand from Zverev. There's another one, but that's again mishit. Just beyond the baseline. Love 30.
Love 30.
Yeah, that's the one that I think that Zverev can struggle with a little bit, is when when Sinner's been able to get him off balance on the forehand. Actually had time on that one, but he's going for the high heavy shot. Just mistimed that.
So a window of opportunity here for Jannik Sinner. It's 3-4, love 30. Zverev serves. This one he hits. Sinner nearly got it back. He's stretched out wide with his forehand racket. Well outside the tram lines, but just couldn't quite get it back over.
That's, again, a great angle on the serve, though, from Sasha. Zverev taking a little more time here.
Both their first serve percentages over 70%. To this point of the match. Okay, Zverev at 15:30 serves out wide. Sinner jumping into this out of the air. Zverev took it, forced to play another shot. Sinner's there again. That's brilliant. Brilliant movement, brilliant defensive qualities from Jannik Sinner, and he eases the forehand winner up the line.
I like the move, though, from Zverev. Take that first ball out of the air as a swing volley, but he just didn't get enough on the forehand swing volley. Is also a very good drop shot volley, but Sinner predicted it. Got a head start up to that ball. Had a ton of time to hit that down the line.
Break points again for Jannik Sinner. He couldn't convert last time in the 3rd game. Can he do it here? Zverev serves. The backhand lands in from Sinner. That's a good heavy backhand from Zverev. The overhead should be put away, and it is by the German.
Very good point. Good composure here from Zverev.
13, Alter.
Very calm and solid on the backhand down the line. I don't know how Sinner got his racket on that ball.
No, nor do I. And we're watching it, and we still don't know how he did it. It's ridiculous. Zverev not out of it yet, though. He's still got to face another break point at 30-40 in this 8th game. Down the far end. He's ready now. Zverev serves. Backhand from Sinner is too long. And again, the encouraging scream, if you like, from Sasha Zverev.
It sounds different. I haven't heard that from him.
No,
it's different, right?
Yeah, it is. It's more aggressive.
I like it, though. I feel like it sounds confident, though. It sounds good to me.
Yeah. At deuce. Out wide, good serving. Too good for Jannik Sinner. Got there with a forehand, couldn't control it. 3 consecutive points for Sasha Zverev. And he moves to game point for 4-all.
He knows that serve can get him out of some tough situations, but he is hitting his targets well to give himself game point.
Zverev a number of ball bounces, then goes into his service motion and serves heavily down the middle. Sinner gets onto this with a forehand, unloading on a backhand, and then at the net, Zverev did all the hard work and then pushed the backhand volley long beyond the baseline.
Yeah, just doubted himself a little bit. Didn't feel like he was in the best position as Zverev.
Got to the net, just had to put the volley away, couldn't. Back to deuce. You can hear the ball bounces of the German. Now he's ready, he serves, goes down the middle, just too long though. Didn't miss by much. Sinner is not moving in for this second serve. Not yet, anyway. Zverev serves heavily, really heavily down the middle. Took Sinner by surprise. He's still got a racket on it, but he couldn't get it back over the net.
Montage Zverev.
218
I was
Ks.
just looking at that as a second serve, 135 miles per hour. Went for it, went big.
That's just massive. On the second serve. Earns himself a game point. Zverev again heavily. Sinner with the backhand lands this in, and Zverev jumping into the forehand misses it from just behind the baseline into the net.
I think he changed his mind. He wanted to go on the cross court, and then just really pulled up on that forehand to try and guide it down the line.
Big moments in this first set here. Zverev struggling to hold serve at 3-4. It's back to deuce. Serves out wide. Sinner gets onto this with the forehand. Opposite corner and on the run. Sinner makes it up the line. Beautiful skidding backhand pass.
Wow. That was ridiculous. That was so good.
Montage Sinner.
I mean, if you are trying to be maybe a little picky, maybe the approach shot was slightly short, but I mean, you can't fault Zverev here. He played the right point. Could have been a little deeper on the approach, but Sinner just so quick. Unbelievable connection with that backhand.
Break point for the Italian. It's his third in this game. Zverev serves. Backhand just landing in from Sinner. Big forehand from Zverev, and that's out from Sinner, going for the forehand cross court.
Better. That was much deeper. And also to Sinner forehand. Maybe not as sharp on that side when he's on the stretch. Tight game.
It is
very
a
tight
game in a tight set of the men's singles final. We're at deuce again, with Zverev serving. Down the far end. Sinner gets this forehand onto his racket. Here's a couple of backhands from Zverev. Big forehand from Sinner. Both players behind the baseline. Cross court they go. Same shot, then a bit more loop on it from Zverev. Sinner changes the angle. That's very deep from Zverev. It's too deep. And he's putting himself under enormous pressure, and it's a fourth break point in this game for Jannik Sinner.
I think throughout that rally, Zverev just not getting enough on his forehand, and that's why Sinner is still been able to get into control on these rallies.
Ticking towards 9 minutes for this eighth game. And it's break point again for Jannik Sinner as Zverev serves. Sinner does well with the first forehand, switches to his backhand. Zverev is there, lands that very close to the sideline. Goes back behind Sinner. Sinner forced into a defensive forehand. At the net comes Zverev. Too good from Sinner. He finds the pass. Zverev just got a racket on it, but it fell on the German side. And Jannik Sinner finally breaks and will serve for the opening set at 5-3.
Just the pressure throughout that entire game of Sinner getting so many of these returns back in play, and still like the approach here from Zverev. Just hit the approach shot down the center of the court, and Sinner did a good job of going behind Zverev, back-footing him at the net.
It'll be interesting to hear how much that discussion around Sasha Zverev's racket will play into his mind and how that game played out. There was obviously some discomfort with what he had to do. He's ended up being broken, and Sinner is serving for this first set. And heavily down the middle, Jannik Sinner delivers an ace for 15-love.
How many aces does he have? Yes.
Sinner 2 and Zverev
now.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Felt like Sinner hit more than that.
Yeah.
Seemed that way anyway.
Well, it's the old adage, it skids off the racket. It's not an ace.
True.
What the difference is, well, apart from, I know what the difference is, clearly. But effectively, what's the difference? Sinner here serves, finds the nets. We'll get to your messages again shortly with Kate. It might be the end of the set, or it might be just a sit down. We'll see what happens as Sinner serves onto the backhand of Zverev, who goes cross court. Back cross court goes Zverev again. Sinner is there to repel it on the same angle. They're staying on that same angle cross court until Sinner changes it, and then Zverev goes up the line. Well defended by Sinner. Sinner unloads on a big forehand again. Zverev defends well. It swings into a huge forehand. Somehow Sinner goes down the line, and the mistake eventually comes from Zverev. But it's incredible stuff from both men. Sinner just finding the edge at the moment. 30-love.
I mean, Zverev played a great point. He got very aggressive on the forehand, which is what he needs to do, and hit one of his best forehands cross of the match so far. And Sinner just flicked it with his wrist down the line.
He landed it almost on the baseline, and Sinner still produced a shot that won him the points.
Just amazing strength from that position.
30-love. Can he find a first serve again here, Jannik Sinner? Yes, he can. Zverev does pretty well with the first backhand. Tries to dig another one out. Awkward volley for Sinner. Very good. So Sinner is outstanding at the net. Makes a couple of volleys, and the second one, the backhand, to put it away. He is in extraordinary form. These last couple of minutes, Jannik Sinner has done nothing wrong.
Yeah, incredible. Nothing.
And it's 3-set points for the Italian and defending champion.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that's his best strength, is being at the net and just cover the court so well while he was up there.
So Sinner is at the baseline. 3-set points for Jannik Sinner. Serves an ace out wide. That is some performance from Jannik Sinner, the defending champion, taking a hold of the singles final tonight against Alexander Zverev. The first set goes his way, 6-3 in 46 minutes. Jill, I have a commentary change, a few thoughts from you, and I will make way. And Peter Mercato is going to be coming into the box.
Well, to me, I feel like that's one of the best sets that Sinner has played in this tournament so far. He knew he had to start strong. Both guys actually serving very well from the beginning. It was just that last service game from Sasha that Sinner put so much pressure on him, returning exceptionally well. And then Sinner, with the way he's serving, incredible game to close it out. Sasha has gone off court just to take some time, just to try and regroup after that first set, but amazing from Sinner. Peter, welcome.
Jill,
how are
hello.
you? I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
We're doing a double change.
I know. Well, I was ready to hang out, but you're getting rid of me. You have much better company with Mark coming in.
Well, you're equally as good. I can't pick between you.
Thank you.
I know, because Mark's coming in for the next little bit, so I have to be nice to him along the way as well. That sort of thing. So, anyway, thank you. We'll see you in the third set.
Yes.
Kate Kearns, let's get some emails from you.
Great idea, Pete. We've got one here from Kai, who's listening to us in Adelaide. Says, hi team, thanks for another year of radio coverage. I've enjoyed nearly every minute. Don't know what that means. This is a question, Pete. How has the 2025 Australian Open compared to previous recent additions in terms of enjoyment of the tennis and the narratives around it?
Well,
it's a very good question,
There's
Kai.
been more people.
Certainly has. We've had huge crowds.
Over 1 million, and it's probably going to smash the record. I think it's already been known that it's going to be a record smash because they smashed it last night, I think. Oh, there's so many other storylines that come out of it. You were talking about it on the evening serve just before, some of the different storylines that I've had. But in the end, it could be that, do we have 2 first-time winners? Bit of a mountain to climb for Zverev, but we could have back-to-back first-time winner in Madison Keys. Oh, there's plenty to talk about. We could be here all night doing that,
Well,
Kate.
so many good moments. And Mohammed from Marrakesh in Morocco, what a beautiful part of the world. Listening on the website from Morocco. Great call so far, guys. So far, because he knows that Peter Mercado's just stepped into the seat.
Oh, thanks.
No, I shouldn't say that because he said, I'm waiting for Mercado's midnight madness later on.
Oh, not tonight.
Because he's thinking this match is definitely going 5 sets, hoping for a German win tonight. But Sinner probably, takes the cakes. Not just one, multiple.
He's got the biscotti.
I tell you what, if he wins tonight, he'll be eating quite a few cakes, and why not?
And why not, exactly. But work to be done. Thank you, Kate. Hello, Mark Hilawati.
Good evening. How are you?
Well, I'm
buzzing.
Buzzing after seeing that display from both players, really, in that opening set.
That's a high-quality set.
Huge from both.
And a little telling towards the end there. The couple times that Zverev tried to get into the net, didn't have enough polish on that transition game, and that's what we thought he's got to be really good at if he's going to do it. And he just showed how he's a little bit uncomfortable, didn't hit the targets good enough in the approach shot, got past several times, and got past without even making an attempt on a volley. He just watched it zing by.
Well, it'll be Zverev to serve first in the second set of the final. You're on AO Radio, live around the world, 50 up on the Rolex, and the serve into the nets. Second serve. And Zverev taking his time. Way back in the court is Sinner to receive this ball. Takes it back up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Backhand to backhand they go. Up the line from Zverev. It takes the net, falls back on his side. It's love 15.
It's love 15.
It's great to see that Sinner's done some extra homework on Zverev and now returning from a long way back, trying to nullify the quality of the Zverev serve.
Well, it's also that follow-up shot from Zverev, because Sinner is putting it a fraction shorter because he's further back. As the serve here takes the net from Zverev and misses long. And so that's allowing him to really lay into it, but he hasn't got the depth of shot the moment to trouble Sinner. At least it's few and far between. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner. He waits. Cross-court backhand. Up the line from Zverev. Forehand in the middle of the court from Sinner. Forehand to forehand they go. And Zverev now goes up the line. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Going wide. And it's 15 all.
And you kind of feel, what can Zverev do differently? Like, if it almost felt like he was playing at or close to his best level, and unfortunately still wasn't good enough to get the job done. Can Sinner maintain this high level of play, or is it got to drop off a little bit?
So I've got a stat for you that's not going to impress Sasha Zverev fans. As Zverev serves on the backhand of Sinner, short ball. Zverev goes cross-court, nice winner. It's 30-15, Mark. Since the start of 2024, Jannik Sinner is 67-4 at ATP level after winning the first set. And the 3 of those 4 losses were to the same player, Carlos Alcaraz.
Wow. That is, that's Rafael Nadal, Roland Garros kind of unbeatable.
That's the dominance. So it's going to be that mountain to climb. He can do it, Zverev. Let's see if he can. The serve goes into the net. After the 2 finals that he's already played in at this level, taking plenty of intel out of that. But a huge challenge tonight. Second serve. 30-15. Onto the forehand of Sinner. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Backhand up the line into the net from Sinner. And we are at 40-15 opening game of the second set.
And Sinner's done a really good job of making a lot of returns. He may not be winning huge amounts of points off it, but a lot of the big serves from Zverev are coming back, and he has to do the work in the rally to win the point.
So Zverev pairs, and the serve coming in. High ball from Sinner. Zverev underneath it. Oh, he's missed the overhead.
Case in point, that was a quality serve. Slider out wide, and Sinner's just got racket on the ball. What we think is a relatively easy overhead, and the mistake has been made with a relatively simple smash. Other players may not get that ball back into play at all. And then there's a little bit of a build-up of pressure right now on serve.
So we wait now for Sinner. The serve from Zverev.
And Sinner gets the
into
second
the net.
serve.
Yep, the 40-30. Second serve. Eventually from Zverev. Sinner stepping a bit further in on this second ball. He can't hit it. It's a T serve at 181. Tailing away from Sinner. And Zverev on the board first in the second.
But that's what Sinner's making Zverev do off the serve. He's making him serve that big and that close to the lines.
We know why. You know what? He can.
Yeah.
Because he can do that.
And he does. And the second serve game on the men's side has just totally changed. Like, this now is becoming the standard. 180-kilometre plus second serves and aces. Whereas back in the day, if you wind it back, 5-6 years, it was more of a conservative second serve. I'm going to make a lot and not really be as aggressive. But now, and we've seen Zverev hit a 200k second serve already.
So we wait now for this serve from Sinner. Serving from our commentary end onto the forehand of Zverev. That goes a long way long.
15 love.
It's 15 love.
What a fantastic crowd in tonight too, and just everywhere around the centre.
Talk about storylines of the tournament. I was discussing with Kate before. Certainly the fans have been one of those, for better or for worse. They have come in, they've flocked in. There's the serve from Sinner. Second serve. Backhand picked up by Zverev, cross court. Backhand to backhand, they go in the ad court. Sinner will now go up the line. Cross court forehand from Zverev. Cross court forehands from both players in the juice court. As now that's long from Sinner, trying to go up the middle, and it's 15 all.
And Zverev looks quite happy going toe-to-toe, forehand to forehand with Sinner. He kind of feels that maybe that's a side that can do some damage, but it also can break down a little bit.
So Sinner gets ready and will deliver this ball. The serve out wide, blocked back by Zverev, sits up. Sinner goes up the line with the forehand. Cross-court backhand from Zverev is well long again.
30-15.
And it's 30-15. Unforced error count tonight. 15 for Zverev, 9 for Sinner. 13 winners for Sinner, 10 for Zverev. Now there's 10. 5 are aces for Sasha Zverev. Serve clock down at 1. Sinner delivers this ball onto the backhand of Zverev. It's netted. The return.
40-15.
It's 40-15. We're in the second game of the second set of the men's singles final here on AO Radio. 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park. The Australian Open official app and ausopen.com. Sirius XM courtesy of ESPN in the US, iHeart Radio, Vision Australia Radio across the country, TuneIn Radio around the world, and the SEN app as well. As Sinner serves, backhand picked up by Zverev, off forehand from Sinner. Big cross-court backhand from Zverev, matched by Sinner. Up the line goes Zverev, too long again. Just doesn't really have that range on the backhand at the moment. It's one game all.
And he's forced into that as well. He has to really be so accurate off the ground strokes, has to keep that ball deep. If it's not, then that plays into Sinner's hands. And Zverev just having, in that game, just a lot of discussion with his support team, with Papa Bear over there in the corner.
Well, understandably so, really. A lot to think about. No good to just be able to tread water or keep pace with Sinner. You've got to find a way to get over the top of him. The serve down the tee is missing.
And Zverev is only winning 15% of points on the first serve of Sinner.
Second serve. Sinner well back in the court. He waits and plays it back out the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Backhand to backhand they go. And now Sinner will continue in that direction. Zverev switching the off-forehand with some angle. Good cross-court backhand from Sinner again. He's in that court. Up the middle of the court. Cross-forward into the net from Zverev. And this is the thing too, Mark. I mean, in terms of the long rallies, 9+ shots, it's 11-3 in favour of Sinner. He just cannot stay in the rally.
Yeah, and that's what Sinner is at best at this game right now. Just going corner to corner, making a lot of balls. And I feel like the longer Zverev stays on the baseline, the worse his chance of winning the point. He's got to try to do something. He's got to change the depth.
There's a serve into the nets. Second serve. Beyond the Melbourne sign for Jannik Sinner on this second ball. And love 15, the serve clips the tape. We'll do it again.
Second service.
Might have to get Jackie Chan out of the front row if Sinner's got a return serve from this far back.
Well, he's a long, long way back. As we wait for the serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner, cross court. Zverev goes up the line. Sinner back up that line. Backhand volley into the net. Zverev was bearing down. And Zverev made the error. It's love 30.
But a better move from Zverev. He has to do that. He has to take those opportunities. He's just got to get better with that approach shot. Again, Sinner able to do something with that attempted pass, making an uncomfortable volley. Zverev would love it if he was able to get in and just be able to pick off some easy balls. But that means that approach has got to be of the highest quality.
Love 30. Zverev under pressure. And the serve clips the net on the way through.
It's when Zverev lands a first serve, Sinner is winning 46% of points off that first serve with the return.
And the second serve. Backhand picked up by Sinner up the line. Zverev with the cross-court backhand. Sinner back in that direction. Off forehand from Sinner. Zverev up the line deep. This is blocked back by Zverev. Lands in. Oh, he's hammered it again. Sinner forehand clips the net. Falls back on his side. Good scrambling from Zverev at the back. It's 15-30.
And it was a change of pace shot. A little slower ball there on the defense. Created the mistake. Feels like Zverev has just got a sledgehammer just smashing against the wall, and the wall is not breaking. He needs to maybe just change some pace, change some depth. He's trying to go hard and hard to get through this defense.
Well, maybe you've got to go over or go under or do something. As the serve takes the net from Zverev, falls back on his side rather than try and blast through. Get a little creative, perhaps. Second serve, 15-30. And Zverev. The serves, double faults. Now, break points, there have been plenty for Jannik Sinner. He's first of this set. He's 1 of 6 so far.
It's the pressure of the turn.
He again just chatting with his team. Dad just trying to give some advice. I don't think there's a lot he can give right now. I mean, the tactic's pretty clear.
Would you throw an underarm serve on the second serve with Sinner that far back?
I don't think he's capable, is he? Well, no, he's not capable. I'll explain in a sec. There's the serve here from Zverev. Forehand from Sinner cross court. Zverev goes up the line. Sinner throws up the high ball. Tracking it back. Zverev always just made the overhead. Right in the juice court corner. No margin for error there. It's 30-40.
But that's a better play, at least. On the approach shot, Zverev got an overhead, so that means it was set up with a quality serve and a much better approach shot. In the first set, one of those approach shots went fairly central and Sinner was able to rip the pass, so a much better play.
So Zverev still got one more break point to navigate here as we wait for the serve to come in. Out wide, backhand picked up by Sinner. Zverev cross-court forehand. Sinner goes up the middle of the court. Zverev cross-court backhand coming in. High ball from Sinner. Zverev underneath it. Puts it away. That one, a bit more regulation. And we're at juice.
Yeah, and that's a good sign from Zverev. the attempted pass or it was just a defensive slice. So good work. That's a good sign.
And what I mean in terms of the underarm serve is you're obviously capable of doing it, but if you don't do it all the time in your matches, and I mean, when throw it in occasionally, he doesn't even throw it in occasionally, so it's a massive risk to upset your general service rhythm by trying something different like that. So an hour and 3 on the Rolex. It's Juice. Game 3, set 2. First set to Jannik Sinner, 6-3. The final. The serve down the tees, an ace. 2-14.
Well, he's worked hard to get out of trouble here, Zverev. He deserves this game point. That's 3 high-quality points. He needs another solid first serve. Does he go big or take some heat off and get some accuracy?
Go big on the first. Take it on. Let's see. Serve. Big. Blocked back by Sinner. Half-court ball. Off forehand from Zverev. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Back that way from Zverev. Slice again by Sinner. Zverev goes up the line. He's dug this one out. Now a drop shot from Zverev. Sinner coming forward. This takes the net. Falls back on his side. Well, he did well to get himself out of trouble, Sasha Zverev. He's very slowly walking to his chair, but he's in the lead in his second set. 2-1. We are on serve here on AO Radio. Kate, some emails, please.
Well, Justin's listening to us from Geelong in Victoria, not so far out of Melbourne. He says, hi team, loving the call from my backyard. I noticed Zverev is serving a lot faster than Sinner, but not necessarily winning. He said, is a fast speed on serve important or not?
Oh, it's important, most definitely, but it's also where you put it, what you do with it, and if you're hitting at 214 kilometres per hour or 190, you still get 1 point if you win the rally. So it's a little bit more so with changing speed, and it's good to have a big first serve, and it's taxing, and the consistency of hitting your most powerful serve every single serve, it's just too high risk. You can't do it. So, you've got to pick and choose the right time to do that and have that variation, but also then you've got to back it up. If the ball does come back, hey, you've got to be good enough with your ground strokes and your tactics to make the most of taking advantage of that big serve.
And another one, Kate, just while we got the
Sure thing. Pradeep's listening to us from southern India. He says a cool, bright, sunny afternoon. Here it's nearing 3 p.m. He says, I'm going for Sasha, but it's not going to be easy for him, and it looks like it will be a long 5-setter.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Kate. More emails, aoradio@tennis.com.au or via the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com/listen. There's Sinner from the far end. First serve flips the tape at 1-2. The technician's time. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. We've got a few more techie people in the audience tonight, so I'm sure they're listening. The serve down the tee, missing from Sinner. Of course, remember, with your messages, give us your name and where you're listening from. Kate also likes the weather update too. Third serve. Under the body of Zverev, picks up a backhand. He's in the juice court, playing forehand up the line. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Backhand to backhand they go now, and now Sinner can lean into one as Zverev goes with an off forehand. Sinner, heavier backhand, and that's into the net from Zverev. He swats his racket on the court in frustration because it was Sinner calling the tune in that point, 15-love.
Yeah, he's bitterly disappointed with missing that fairly regulation backhand for him. He's trying to take some time away. He's trying to take the ball a little bit earlier. He's throwing up some different heights.
Since 1973, the only player to defeat the ATP #1 after losing the first set in a men's final at the Australian Open, Andre Agassi in 1995. First serve goes into the net from Sinner.
So you're saying the signs are not good?
Onto the backhand of Zverev. Backhand to backhand they go. Slice backhand for it. Sits up. Sinner goes with an off forehand. He's made it. Gee, that was nice into the corner of the ad court and hit with authority. It's 30-love. Right on the line itself. More your single zoomer. But very much in control.
Yeah, I'm just getting a little bit worried with Zverev here, just hitting to the same area of the court. I'd much prefer to see if he was trying to make Sinner move a little bit more. Sinner from one area is dangerous.
Serve blocked back here by Zverev. Off forehand by Sinner. High ball from Zverev. That's going to go long. Again, just got the ball on the string and he controlled it so well. As he moves across to 40 love.
He's so accurate with his depth. That ball was a little bit shorter on that forehand. And to give Zverev a little bit of a chance.
Average serves speed on the first ball, 194 kilometres for Sinner, 207 for Zverev. Sinner serves down the tee, misses. Both players high first serve percentage into play. Zverev just struggling a little bit on his second serve. Not so for Sinner. Leave this ball in the backhand as Zverev pulls it wide.
Yeah, Sinner.
And it's 2 games all now in the second set here on AO Radio, live around the world.
And contrasting games. The one before, Zverev had to work so hard to win and hold serve. And that game there, Sinner just cruising, a couple of winners, a couple of big serves. And the pressure back on Zverev once again. He's looking fairly comfortable, though. He's close up to our commentary box here, Zverev.
Ken Rosewall in the house tonight. Unfortunately, we haven't seen Rod Laver this tournament. Just struggling a little bit with the travel back to Australia, but hopefully he can come over at least one more time. Serve onto the forehand of Sinner. Forehand to forehand, they go in the juice court. Now Zverev goes in the opposite direction. High ball from Zverev, and this lands in the corner of the ad court. It just gets over from Zverev. Sinner, he's back at the baseline, playing cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go. Up the line from Sinner, he goes wide. Well, it was awkward for Zverev. He just got the ball back that he tracked down, but he comes up with a point. 15 love. How hard he's having to work, Mark.
Yeah, and it's interesting. That first serve, once Sinner returned that first serve, Zverev had time on that first ground stroke. He could have spread the court and gone down the line and got Sinner running the whole width of the court, but he chose to go back to him again. And then they've got to reload the rally and do it all over again. Love to see him try to just hit to some space.
Serve clock down to 3. The serve into the nets from Zverev at 15 love 2-all. In the second set, into the first 6 games to 3. Men's singles final tonight on AO Radio. We wait now for the serve. And this one into the net, another double fault. He's second for the match. 15 all. You just feel the moment that Zverev's the one walking the tightrope.
Very much so, yeah.
That it's, we know what Sinner's capable of and what he can do, but it's whether Zverev can match and exceed that. And there'll be some lulls, there'll be some dips. Is he capable tonight? Let's see. As he prepares again, this serve onto the backhand of Sinner. Backhand up that line from Zverev. Cross-court forehand from Sinner, he's missed it. Just gone wide.
It's hard to really see tactically what Zverev is trying to do. It doesn't look like he's being able to string a series of points together tactically that are going to really impact on Sinner. He hasn't used a drop shot much at all.
So 30-15. What he wants is an easy service game. Comfortable hold. They've been few and far between. The serve down the tee, though, that'll help. It's an ace. 2-0-2. He's 7th for the match to go to 40-15.
He's really just got to keep serving big the entire match. That's so hard.
As we wait now, Zverev prepares the serve. Out wide, forehand by Sinner. Off forehand from Zverev. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Backing up the line from Zverev. He's missed that. That's gone wide.
Just a little tentative there. Didn't really commit. But I like that point. Was served out wide. Went to the open court. Was going to change direction again down the line. Trying to get Sinner moving. She's got to commit to that backhand down the line. Got it late and just guided it a little bit.
40-30. The serve takes the net, flies wide. Second serve. Game point for Zverev. Delivers this ball to the backhander Sinner, who waits for a cross court. Going back that way is Zverev, and he doesn't need to play the next ball. Sinner waiting in the 8-court corner. His backhand goes long, and it's 3-2 for the second seed, Sasha Zverev.
Zverev leads 3 games
Here in set number 2, Sinner the first 6-3. AO Radio, your emails coming in with Kate Kearns.
Tara's listening to us from Deeside in Wales and said, excited to have Pete and Mark in for the second set, keeping me updated while I clean the house.
Oh, lovely.
You can come to our place as well if you'd like.
Mine's a mess.
Oh, hello.
Yes, I've got dust bunnies taking charge of my place. Sounds like a close game. If Zverev was to come back, what does he need to do to win? Thanks for the great coverage.
Well, he's got to tie the shoelaces of Jannik Sinner together, grab his rackets, throw them over the fence. Hopefully the crowd runs with it. No, he's just got to try to be a little bit more aggressive and trying to transition forward a little bit as much as he can. Sinner's not allowing that, unfortunately, and he's just got to wait, and hopefully there's a little bit of lull in play from Jannik Sinner, and he drops, and then he can elevate his game.
Any other messages?
Yeah,
Kate?
absolutely. We've got one here from Hannah. My husband Conan and I are listening whilst training for a half marathon.
Hey.
Weather is cold. It's 2 degrees. Been listening all tournament. Do you think Zverev will ever win a Grand Slam? Well, he's still a chance tonight.
He's still a chance.
Absolutely. Well, you should point out to everyone, Kate, they're training for a half marathon. You did a half marathon, didn't you, today?
I did. This morning. It was lovely.
Just casually.
Yeah, no, just drops that in, Kate. That's what I was waiting for. As Sinner serving from our commentary ends at 2-3.
She couldn't be bothered getting a taxi the 20-odd kilometres home. Just said, no, I'll just run.
Just run it.
In heels as well.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I know. That's a challenge. Come on, Kate, challenge yourself. Cross-court backhands from both players as Zverev goes deeper into the 8-court corner, matched by Sinner. And Zverev lands it in the corner again. He gets onto it off forehand. Zverev leans into one up the line. Blocked back cross-court from Zverev. Drop shot by Sinner. Getting forward is Zverev. He can't get there. That's clever from Sinner. He's just upping the pace, dropping it off, throwing in the drop shot. It's 15 love.
And soon as Zverev landed the ball a little bit short, the next ground stroke, he had to retreat even further behind the baseline, and Sinner comes up on the line. If Sinner gets close to the baseline in these rallies, he is dictating the play and controlling it. It's going to be hard to beat. Zverev has got to try to push him back.
The serve. Blocked back by Zverev. On the baseline, off forehand by Sinner. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. He's pulled that wide again. And there's the margins that he's having to play with at the moment, Zverev. It's 30 love. No, the focus is on Zverev because, there's not a lot you can say about Jannik Sinner because the same thing we say in his matches. He's playing at his optimum level right now. The serve, out wide, misses. Second serve. Hello to the Seagulls. They've been charged admission. Double fault here from Sinner. He's first for the match. It's 30-15. And just with the way that he's playing at the moment, Mark, that's why he got the oohs and the ahs from the crowd.
Right. They're
what?
shocked.
Did he do that? I didn't think he was capable.
It should be worth 3 or 4 points for Zverev right there. Well, it keeps Zverev in the game right here with a little bit of scoreboard pressure.
The serve from Sinner into the nets.
Zverev has got to get a deep return here. He's got to force Sinner way back behind the baseline.
Second serve. Backhand from Zverev cross court. Backhand to backhand they go in the at court. Good angle from Zverev. He's just content to keep playing. Sinner will go up the line. Zverev with the cross court forehand. Forehand up the line. Big from Sinner. Now he digs out another one. Up the line from Zverev with his backhand. That's better. Yeah, the forehand into the net from Sinner. And it's 30 all.
And Zverev burnt Sinner with a deep ball. And then as soon as he steps forward into that backhand, that's what he's got to do. He got out of trouble with some great counter-punching depth. Yeah. So that double fault now is a little bit of extra pressure. We're at 30 all.
Well, that depth was important because you can see the pattern from Sinner. He rallies for a little bit, then he ups the pace to change the complexion of the rally in his favour. 30 all. Sinner serves, blocked back by Zverev cross court. Sinner goes back in that direction with the forehand. Big forehands from both players. Drop shot. Sinner bringing Zverev forward. He gets to this one, but he puts it into the net. Clever again from Sinner. When you think you've got him sussed, he comes up with something brilliant like that. 40-30.
And he's only going to do that drop shot when Sinner feels comfortable as in court positioning. He was inside the baseline or just behind the baseline to do that. So that just says to Zverev, my ground strokes are not hurting him. It's too neutral. I've got to do more.
Well,
got to get some width. I've got to get some depth.
He was just beyond the baseline, Sinner, but Zverev miles back. Serve clock winds itself to 1. The serve onto the backhand is Zverev. Deep ball off forehand from Sinner. Zverev going up the line but into the net. And a bit of frustration. Not much from Zverev. He just throws his hands up and says, look,
I'm
making inroads. What's going on here? 3-all.
Oh, I don't like that body language from Zverev there, just throwing the hands to his dad, just going, I can't do anything. It's not what you want to have. It's only a set and 3-3. There's plenty of life left.
So, Zverev back at the far end. Serve clock winding itself down to 2-1. Testing the patience on the forehand from Sinner. Short ball. Up the line goes Zverev. Sinner going back up that line. Low forehand volley. Sinner gets there but puts it wide. Only just. It was a lovely dropper from Zverev. Sinner, the wheels to get around the court. It's 15-love.
And Zverev got that tough volley because it was such a good passing shot from Sinner. And the dirty look from Zverev at Sinner when he missed that shot. It was a look of don't even you dare.
Well, he started running. You could read it, obviously, if that ball dipping low. He's making that move forward. Zverev serves. Forehand picked up by Sinner at the middle of the court. Dug out by Zverev. Big off forehand from Sinner. Cross-court backhand. Zverev goes long. It goes long. It's 15-all. As I take a look at the error counts, for 10 and 10. So even off both wings for Sasha Zverev. 6 and 6, 13 for Sinner. 15-all, 3-all, second set. The serve. Flips the tape.
First service.
Let's do it again.
So,
hour and 20 on the Rolex.
When Zverev hits a first serve, Sinner is making 82% of returns in off that first serve. So he's really nullifying the advantage.
Only 27% unreturned serves for Zverev today. So far. 15-all. He serves here out wide. Nice. Short angle. Got it done nicely at 191. 118.7
number there on the percentage. Well done.
30-15.
Great serving.
Just the demeanour of Sinner, just so cool, calm and collected, isn't he, at all times? It's just the personality type. Serve clock winding down to 3. Zverev delivers this ball out wide and misses.
I'd love to know his internal dialogue to himself. Like, he's such an interesting experiment to hear what he has to say.
Second serve, taking plenty of time. Well back in the court. Sinner to receive. And he'll receive on the forehand as Zverev goes cross-court. Almost missed the sideline. Heavier ball from Sinner cross-court. And Zverev can't handle the pace. He's backing up the line, goes well wide and well long. It's 30-all. And that's the thing. It's that injection of pace from Sinner that's making the difference here.
And that was a little statement right there from Sinner. You land the ball a little bit short like that, bang, I'm going to really, really hurt you. And it just took one shot that forced the mistake. It's just putting enormous pressure on every ball that Zverev hits.
The serve here from Zverev. Out wide, just missing. Second serve. 3-all, 30-all, second set. The pressure moments of a final of a major. Delivers this to the backhand of Sinner, plays up the line. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Backhand to backhand they go in the ad court. Sinner will wheel round and draw it off forehand. Ball at the middle of the court from Zverev. He's put more power into this one, Sinner. Now the drop shot comes in. Zverev's there, plays up the line. He's got the winner. He chased that down. It was the worst of the 3 that Sinner's hit in this set. It's 40-30.
40-30.
And just watching the reaction from Sinner, seems pretty calm and comfortable with that. He's watching the replay in the big screen and going, yeah, maybe a little bit too high, and just rehearsing what I need to do on the next one. But again, he's only going to be doing that kind of drop shot when he's in real control of the point. Saying that Zverev is having to be very, very reactive.
40-30 as Zverev will serve into the nets. Second serve. Game point for 4-3. Sinner back beyond the Melbourne sign. Serve onto the backhand of Sinner. Cross-court backhand, good angle from Zverev. Dug out by Sinner, it's going to go long.
Good mood, Zverev.
And a little come on there from Sasha Zverev.
New balls, please.
And we'll get a ball change. It's 4-3 on serve in the second set. It's into the first 6-3.
And it's interesting that Zverev is happy to take that ball up the middle of the court on the backhand side. Straight away, that's Sinner. He's looking for his forehand. It's just interesting that Zverev feels comfortable doing that off the backhand instead of running around and hitting the forehand. That return was straight up the middle of the court.
Well, he could create the angle, which was great. Kate, some emails, please.
Yep, Chaba is listening to us from Budapest in Hungary and says, nice coverage. I'm undertaking a running course and listening to AO radio. Cheering for Sasha, but thinks that Jannik seems to be flawless this evening. And without dropping his level, it's probably not going to happen for Sasha.
Are you, do you want to give some tips if he's doing a running camp, Kate?
Oh, running course.
Marathon expert?
Oh, yeah. I don't know what they'd be teaching in the course other than, you know.
One foot in front of the other?
Yeah. Rest and recovery is very important.
What's your one tip for someone who's going to take up marathon running like you? You run 4 million marathons.
Start slowly.
Oh, there you go.
Take an Uber.
Start slowly. Take an Uber.
so much more enjoyable.
Let's go to Joanne, who's listening from Yea in Victoria, a lovely part of the world. Listening in from a gorgeous spot in Yea country, Victoria, enjoying the long weekend, waiting for the stars to appear and enjoying your fabulous commentary. That's from Wes and Joanne.
Thank you very much, Wes and Joanne. Thank you very much, Kate Kearns.
Thank you.
Marathon runner extraordinaire. Jannik Sinner. Just said, we'll tell you about what we saw on our monitors in a sec too. The serve goes into the net from Sinner. 3-4 second sets. Zverev's going to give himself a bit more time. He goes back beyond the Melbourne side for this second serve. Onto his forehand, he goes cross-court forehand from Sinner. Forehand to forehand we go. And heavier ball from Sinner, blocked back by Zverev. And he goes back in that direction, forehand to forehand this rally. Can he stick in at Zverev? Had to come forward on that one. Now he's in the 8 court, playing across backhand. Backhand to backhand they go now. All topside, great angle by Zverev. Short replies from Sinner. Coming in is Zverev. Sinner goes past him. As if he wasn't there. It's 15-love.
Unbelievable court coverage from both guys. And it wasn't a bad approach shot from Zverev. And his 6'6" frame on full stretch. Not good enough to get racket on ball from that passing shot.
Amazing. He did all the right things, but again, you're playing against Jannik Sinner. You need to do a little bit more.
Great movement from Sinner.
There's the serve. Down the tee, picked up by Zverev. A looping forward lands on the baseline. Now he plays back up the middle of the court. Sinner just working with forehands and the backhand into the net from Zverev. And then goes to 30 love. Now, what we saw on our monitor, where Sinner in previous game, I think, where he was stretching for a backhand and then pulled up just a little bit gingerly, just grabbed the back of his leg.
Yeah, the back of the hamstring, really high up in the glute. He's had issues with a little bit of cramping in his last match.
Keep an eye on it. The serve here down the tee, blocked back by Zverev. It's going to be a short ball. Sinner cross-court forehand winner. That was very comfortable. It's 40 love.
Yeah, 3 very, very quick points. He's racing through his service games. So I wonder if Zverev was able to see that little bit of a grab of the leg. Yeah, if you start getting soreness and cramps in the hamstring, that's not ideal.
Well, you mean you've got to keep him out there for as long as possible. The serve from Sinner into the net. Second serve. Welcome to all the seagulls listening to AO Radio. It's a serve here Backhand from Zverev cross court. Backhand to backhand they go in the ad court. Sinner just content to rally in that direction. Up the line from Zverev, and Sinner this time makes the mistake. He goes long with the forehand up the middle of the court. It's 40-15.
14-15.
Great depth on that backhand up the line from Zverev. Proving that you hit it deep. It's going to make it very difficult for your opponent to control the next shot.
So 40-15. Sinner from the far end. His lemon-coloured hat and shirt. Everything else white. The serve. One of the backhanders is Zverev. It's a deep ball dug out by Sinner. Going up the line by Zverev. Cross-court backhands from both players now in the ad court. Up the line goes Zverev. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. Big point up the line from Zverev. Too much. He goes long, and Sinner holds. It's 4-all now in set number 2.
And although that forehand went long, I like the direction that it went. He tried to change the direction, get Sinner moving. Zverev just face-to-face with our commentary box. A little intimidated, although we can't see in.
Well, I think he can if you get that close enough. What are you telling him, Mark, then? If he says, knocks on the window, rat-a-tat-tat, Mark, help me out here, mate. What are you telling him?
Make him run. Make him run.
Yep. As we wait now for Zverev. Serve clock down at 2. The serve. Onto the forehand of Sinner. Back that way from Zverev. Sinner waits, goes up the line. He's missed the pass.
Oh, they dodged a bullet there, Zverev. Again, he had that short ball and he's gone back to where Sinner was.
15 love.
Created a lot of space down the line. Even Zverev was shaking his head saying, I was pretty lucky to get away with that one.
So now, 15 love for Zverev. There's the serve. An ace. Down the tee. What's he up to now? He's 9th for the match. It's 30 love. Just needs at the moment to keep himself in front. It's very much on the Sinner racket this particular stage of the final. As we wait now for the serve. Onto the backhand as Sinner sits up. Just a shorter ball from Zverev up the line. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Back up the line from Zverev. Now they're in the juice court. Big forehand there from Zverev. Sinner stretching. A slice backhand cross. It goes wide, and it's 40 love.
And that's why I like it when he changes that direction on that forehand instead of going back cross-court to Sinner. He was able to go down the line and force Sinner to try to hit a one-handed slice. And it almost looked like Zverev was going to sneak on in and try to take a volley out of the air. That's the play.
An hour and 31 on the Rolex clock. Game points for Zverev. And the serve onto the backhand of Sinner. Zverev goes up the line. Picked up by Sinner again. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Backhand from Sinner. Up the line again from Zverev. Cross-court forehand by Sinner. Forehand scrambling now is Zverev in the middle of the court.
That
is huge from Sinner. It lands on the baseline. Zverev looks down, can't believe it. He's replying to the net. It's 40-15.
That change of pace, as you said before, Pete, is he just out of the blue, or not out of the blue, just a different ball, and he just clubs it, and that was flush on the baseline. It was straight to Zverev, and even a man of his skill level could not control the ball.
As Zverev prepares. The serve. Wide onto the forehand of Sinner. The return goes long. And that's what he wanted, a comfortable service game. Holds to 15, and I mean comfortable in relative terms. It's 5-4 on serve, second set here on AO Radio.
And this is the game right now. Here's Zverev, this change of ends and that returning of serve. He's got to try something different here tactically.
He's going to send more rackets off to the stringer.
Yep.
And while we're doing that, let's get some more emails from Kate.
Nigel's listening to us from Hong Kong. Says, does it look like cramp may be coming on? Question mark. Yes. How should Zverev react, and if it does?
Well, you heard from Mark before. Make him run.
Yeah.
Is it cramp or do you?
Well, we don't know. Well, it's not. Normally, the players have got bottles and bottles of that pickle juice. He's just drinking his normal hydration that he does. He's got 12 bottles right beside his feet. He's snacking on a banana with a change of ends as well. He hasn't gone to the pickle juice. That seems to be the elixir that fixes...
The trick of choice.
Yeah, that fixes cramping up very quickly. So he hasn't even gone to that. So maybe it was just a little tightness that he felt. He does walk like a cowboy as he's coming towards us at the change of ends.
But then he just clicks, and once he starts... Thank you, Kate. We'll come back to more messages shortly.
All right, so this is the game here, Zverev. I just feel like he's got to up his intensity here. Just show something with his body language as well. Just jump around, get a little bit pumped up.
So, Sinner. The serve goes long.
Right, he gets his second serve. Be bold here. Well, he's gone back a long way behind the baseline.
Second serve. Delivered now. Will be on to the backhand of Zverev at the middle of the court. A forehand from Sinner. He's missed it.
So a little change in timing there. That ball took a little bit longer to get to Sinner.
It did, but it was towards the middle of the court.
Yeah.
I know it's high, heavy topspin.
It's got to go deeper.
But there was an opportunity. That's the thing. He hasn't quite made the adjustments, Zverev, when he is that far back. It's that looping topspin ball, which is fine, but it just got to be deeper in the court. Love 15, though, as Sinner serves down the tee, misses.
Yeah, you don't want your opponent, you don't want the server stepping forward to hit it. That's counterproductive. He's got to be going backwards. He's doing it. He's doing it again.
The second serve, backhand from Zverev. This time it's cross court from Sinner. Backhand to backhand they go. Sinner goes up the line into the net. It's love 30, and this has taken on a different complexion now.
And I was saying that this is a game he's got to do something. His 2 points, he's gone a long way back. That was a much better return. And all of a sudden, not that you'd know from Sinner's reaction, but there's a little bit of heat on.
All of a sudden, Sinner now needs to readjust what he's going to do with the serve.
Yeah.
And we know he can do that. Hour and 35 on the Rolex. Maybe important moments here for Sinner. The serve out wide, blocked back by Zverev. Sinner with a forehand drive volley, he puts it away. Back behind Zverev. And it is 30-15.
That is class with a capital K. Or a C, whichever way you'd like to spell it. Class is the German version. Or that's Klaus. No, just
Is it midnight? Are we doing Midnight Madness right now? Is that what's happening here?
It's a modern-day serve volley there from Sinner.
Anyway,
with a big drive volley. 15-30.
Whatever it was good. As 15-30, Sinner serves down the tee, blocked back by Zverev. That ain't coming back. It's 30 all.
30 all. The coaching box up out of their chairs. Praising the quality of the serving there. He's almost just snuffed out that little opportunity. Back to 30 all.
You think you've got him. You think, okay, I've got control, and he just goes bang, bang. Like that. Well, there's the world number one. First serve points won in this set. 13 of 13 for Sinner. Serve clock at 3. He lands this block back by Zverev. It's going to float wide.
3 big serves.
14 out of 14 now.
14.
When he's got the first ball in.
Well, you feel for Zverev there. He's just hoping for a second serve. Sinner's just not giving it up. So from love 30, he's now at 40-30 game point to take it to 5 all.
And Zverev, a little bit further up in the court. The serve missing. He went long now. Let's see what Zverev does here. Yep, he's going to retreat back. If you think the Melbourne side, he'd be beyond it if it was down that end of the court. The second serve. Backhand from Zverev at the middle of the court. Picked up the middle by Sinner. Off backhand by Zverev. Now he launches into a forehand up the line. Sinner with the cross-court backhand. Backhand into the net by Zverev. And Sinner survives that one. It's 5 games all now in set number 2.
And again, Zverev choosing and moving to his right to take 2 backhands there. Could have been some forehands. I just feel like he had to just pull the trigger on that backhand and just absolutely unleash on it. A little bit safe. Is that the little window?
Yeah, we say, was that the little window?
And that's all he gets.
And now, got to be back on guard because the Sinner will be circling this game. The serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner. It's going to float wide. Good serve from Zverev. Finding some nice rhythm at the moment. He's only lost the 4 points when that first serve's gone into play in this set. A little more of a struggle on the second. The serve. Into the nets.
Thought Zverev was a long way back to return. Sinner doubling that distance.
Yep, and he waits and he'll hit the backhand at the middle of the court. Off forehand from Zverev. Now he plays a backhand cross court. Time Sinner points one up the line on the forehand. He's got another forehand. He's miscued. That's a bit of depth from Zverev. And it's 30-love.
30-love.
Much better length from Zverev. Almost forcing Sinner into a half volley there.
And the crowd capacity will be breaking records because Garden Square, Grand Slam Oval, they are all packed out there. As we wait now for the serve. Zverev out wide's an ace. Another one to the tally. He's up to 10 now as he goes to 40-love, and he's in a nice serving rhythm.
Yep. I like that sliding serve. Gets it so short up the line. What would be a good first of a lot of players, that's a slowed down version of 186 kilometres per hour.
All about the placement. 40-love, the serve. Zverev flips the net. We'll do it again. Sinner just blocking that ball back through his legs.
First service.
You can tell it was packed all around the grounds because Steve Pearce wanted out there looking for a seat. They didn't have one for him. How disappointing.
Normally has a throne out there, doesn't he?
He does. This first serve, one of the forehanders, he just gets over. Zverev, big point up the line, he's missed it. And, well, the margins dictate that he needs to go close to the line. He just went the other side. It's 40-15.
I guess that 40-love, not a bad time. Try to really go for that one.
They serve now. And serve onto the backhand of Sinner up the line. Cross-court backhand from Zverev, off forehand from Sinner, all deep in the ad court. Now switching sides is Sinner. Cross-court forehand from both players in the juice court. A bit more depth from Sinner, propelled by Sinner. Good angle from Zverev. It's too much for Sinner to handle. And his forehand hits the key sign halfway up on the net. We continue on serve at 6-5 second set. Men's singles final on our radio.
And a good deep forehand. Again, got a shorter reply. When Zverev has that time, he really has to put Sinner on stretch, which he just did. It's a good hold.
Kate, some more emails, please.
Deb Ferguson is listening from Fishers, Indiana, just outside of Indianapolis, and it's a heat wave apparently at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't think so. But says, I don't think we'll ever adopt the metric system. No cable this year, so I'm listening to AO radio for the first time. Terribly sleep deprived, but loving the coverage. Heartbroken that Djokovic was injured and had to bow out, but hope it's not his last AO. I think Sinner has this, but we shall see.
We shall see, yes.
Indeed we shall.
Any others coming through while we're in the neighbourhood, Kate?
We've got plenty coming through. We've got one here from Johans from Havana in Cuba. Says, actually, my first time listening to your radio. I can't believe this. I'm a German currently working in Havana, Cuba, without decent internet. I cannot watch the match. So guess what? Found your audio commentary and you're very impressive. Best wishes for from the Caribbean in the very early morning.
Well, all our listeners across the Caribbean, we appreciate it. Kate, we'll come back to you shortly, either after the next game or the tie-break that follows, if required.
All right, so Zverev had a 30-love lead in Sinner's last service game. Boy, he'd love another opportunity like that.
Well, let's see if he gets it. Sinner serving at 5-6 on the southern end. Now, Sinner's not happy about something. Maybe the spider cam.
The spider camera, please. Thank you.
He's got a bit of shade in his face, as Zverev was saying. So spider cam in an awkward position.
We're just waiting for it to move. Someone's got a Spider-Man. There it goes. It disappears. And we're all set here. So Sinner.
Wouldn't have heard that 20 years ago, would you?
No.
There's a camera, a spider camera in my face.
The serve here. Blocked back by Zverev up the line. It lands in the corner of the A-court. Cross-court backhand is deep from Sinner up the line into the net for the backhand from Zverev. It's 15-love.
Sinner just has an amazing ability to put the ball in an awkward area of the court every single time. Zverev would have loved just that ball to be a half a metre shorter, just allowed him to step forward into it. And that one he had to kind of retreat and go back off the outside leg.
Serve here. Goes long from Sinner, looking to get out to that Zverev backhand. And now Zverev miles back in the court. That's what he started doing in this set for the second serve, which will take his backhand way out of position. And he tried to put it in the corner of the ad court, but he missed. And it's 30-love.
And that was a good second serve from Sinner. Zverev a long way back. He got him on stretch, lost control of that return. So a nice little bit of breathing space here at 30-love, 5-6.
We wait now for the serve to come in. This takes the net.
Zverev aggressively walking backwards to return this serve.
So second serve. Onto the forehand. Ripped across. It's double faults. Goodness. Okay. So that's his second for the match. Both in this set. It's 30-15.
So this game just changes a little bit now at 30-15. This now becomes a vital point for Sinner.
So we wait now for Sinner to deliver this ball at 30-15. Serve down the tee and misses. So Zverev getting a look at it. Plenty of second serves here from Jannik Sinner. And he'll wait and he'll play a backhand cross-court. Cross-court backhands from both players in the ad court. All tops one up the line from Sinner. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Sinner there again. Forehand to forehand they go. In the juice court, who's going to attack first? Sinner just content to keep his opponent in that corner. Now he switches to cross-court backhands. An awkward ball for Zverev. Now drop shot. Sinner puts it into the net. It's 30-all. He tried something different, and the positive, if you're a Sasha Zverev fan, is that he actually stayed in that rally.
Yeah, and previously Sinner was quite happy to lengthen out the rally, and he just it's just I'm not sure if that was just a mental lapse there. A little bit of panic, get me out of this rally. That's a good sign for Zverev. Now he has to try to repeat again. Sink his teeth into this point.
Someone calling out in the crowd. Pressure moment. What does the world number one do here? Usually, it's a big first serve. And the serve down the tee misses. Zverev, will he go back as far this time? He will. Sinner, the second serve. Waits. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Just gets over. Forehand to forehand they go. In the juice court. Drop shot again from Sinner. This gets over. Zverev gets up the line. Over the top goes Sinner. Track it back and Zverev throws up the lob. Going back with the fight. Sinner didn't put it away. Forehand at the line from Zverev. Backhand to backhand they go. Slice there from Zverev. Big forehand from Sinner up the line. Cross-court forehand from Zverev lands in. Forehand they go. Forehand up the line. See it in. Now put it away. The forehand volley. Zverev once and now twice. He got there by Sinner. Of the match.
And the crowd are on their feet. 15,000 fans just going ballistic.
That was amazing from both players. And they deserve the ovation. It was a slice backhand from Zverev.
40-13.
Sinner going with the drop shot, or trying to just drop it in short. He played a beautiful first backhand volley, a backhand drop volley from Zverev, but Sinner got there as well.
As soon as that drop shot went cross court, that creates some space down the line, and Sinner just sliding into the ball on the hard court.
Please.
Wow.
Sinner serves out wide, misses.
Now, how does Zverev handle that situation now? He's got a second serve.
Second serve, 40-30, the serve. Onto the backhand as they're across court. Off forehand from Sinner. Cross-court backhand from Zverev. Backhand to backhand, they go all top spun. And now up the middle of the court from Sinner. Forehand from Zverev, just content to rally. And now they work the backhands again. Good angle from Sinner. Zverev up the line. Cross-court forehand by Sinner. Zverev just takes it. It's going to fly wide. Tried to go back cross-court with his forehand. And wow, this is a massive tie break now, this second set.
6 against all.
And this is exactly what we're expecting from a Grand Slam final. The level has been fantastic, and now it's just up the ante. Wow, some fabulous tennis. And Sinner just got all the answers right now.
As they're just waiting for the tennis balls to make their way down. They're just trying to sort themselves out here, the ball kids.
That's okay from Zverev. Just take your time, get a bit of air in the lungs.
Well, the serve clock is running. It's down at 14. As Zverev prepares. And the serve clips the tape.
First service.
Second set tie break. Both of these players have won all their tie breaks they've played.
Well, how's that going to work tonight then? They're not going to finish.
The serve here. Forehand cross court from Sinner. Back that way from Zverev. Sinner back in that direction. Now up the line goes Zverev. It's got good depth. Sinner can't handle it. Backhand rolling to the net. It's 1-0 Zverev.
Again, Zverev going back to Sinner in that due side of the court with the first ground stroke. Just love to see him just go line and spread the court instead of going back cross court. Get Sinner on stretch as quickly as you can. This is what Sasha's got to do. He's just got to keep, every time he serves, he's just got to keep holding serve.
Both players 3-0, just to give you a bit more clarity on that stat in terms of tie breaks won. The serve, blocked back by Zverev, coming to the net, forehand drive volley, nicely closed in by Sinner. It's 1 point all. His second set tie break, an hour and 50 on the Rolex clock. Crucial for Zverev. Sinner winning 15 of his last 17 tie breaks.
It's an amazing record.
It just shows under pressure.
A lot of belief.
Yep. 1 point all. Sinner. Serve. Cross-court forehand dug out by Sinner's a half volley. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Backhand to backhand they go. And good angle from Zverev. He can lean into a forehand up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. Point up the line by Zverev a little shorter. Backhand to backhand now they go. Back up the line from Zverev. Lands again on the baseline. And again, struggling is Sinner. His forehand goes long. A mini break for Zverev. It's 2-1 second set tie break.
1. Zverev.
So Zverev is getting a little bit of return out of that deep ball to Sinner's forehand. He's almost having to pace the baseline with that ground stroke, though. Well done. Well, this point becomes huge now.
Well, they all do now in this tie break. Zverev prepares. Serve clock winds itself down to 7. And he'll deliver this ball into the nets. Second serve. And again, the ball bouncing continues. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner. Serve goes up the line. He's missed it. Up the line of the juice courts. Not by much. The close call comes up around the screens.
2 all.
But enough. It's 2 points all.
Well, that was a good return from Sinner. Just forced Zverev slightly off balance. So he's got it back on serve, Sinner.
So 2 points all. Second set tie break. As Zverev. Ball to the Sinner backhand. Off forehand from Zverev. Sinner goes back up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Sits up. Big forehand from Sinner. Blocked back by Zverev. Sinner goes back in that direction. Zverev with the cross forehand's going to put it wide. and he's furious with himself. A mini break for Sinner now at 3-2.
3-2.
And that's why Sinner's just attacking that forehand wing as Zverev. That's the side that can throw a couple of little errors. There's 2 forehand errors in those 2 points. Oh, he's just got to be careful there not to show Sinner that he's frustrated with that miss. Kind of feeling like the next couple of balls are going to come straight to that forehand side again.
7 on the shot clock. There's Sinner with the advantage now. Mini break 3-2. The serve onto the backhand of Zverev. Forehand up the middle of the court from Sinner. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Forehand to forehand they go. Up the line goes Zverev. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Backhand to backhand now in the ad court. Zverev continuing to pepper. That's Sinner backhand. Now goes up the line. Cross forehand from Sinner. Up the line from Zverev. Cross-court backhand. Sinner is deep. Backhand to backhand. All top spun here, folks. As now Sinner decides to go up the line. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Forehand to forehand. And that's missed from Sinner. The players will change hands at 3 points all. And this tiebreaker is on a knife's edge.
And much better from Zverev there. Was controlling the direction of the rally. He was getting Sinner moving side to side. Both players just waiting for each other as they cross the net.
No, you first. No, you first. No, you go first.
Okay, me.
So 18 to 11 in terms of 9+ shot rallies won by Sinner. But he's starting to square the ledger a little bit, is Zverev.
I so much prefer when Zverev is the one controlling the direction and trying to make Sinner move in that rally. I feel like if he goes back to the same spot too often, it's Sinner that's in the ascendancy.
There has to be that element of risk that he takes too. Sinner 3-all. Second set tiebreak. Sends one down the middle. It's not coming back. It's 4-3 Sinner. We continue on serve. Remember, we had a 25-minute tiebreak in the doubles final, the men's doubles final last night. Remember that, Mark?
Yeah, I just had therapy last night as I woke up this morning just trying to eradicate that from my memory.
Sorry about that. I just brought it up again, haven't I?
I was in a cold sweat for hours after that.
It was 18-16.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bolelli, though it was Haliavara and Patton that won the title in the end. 3-4, Zverev serving, and the serve goes into the nets.
Sinner a long way back for this second serve, return of serve.
As usual, Zverev takes his time and delivers this to the forehand of Sinner. Has missed that. That's a little wild. Off forehand went wide. And it's 4 points all now in the second set tiebreak. The first set to Jannik Sinner 6-3. You're on AO Radio.
And Sinner, that was right in the hitting zone there. Just totally mistimed it. Zverev just trying to stay loose in this situation. Not easy to do.
4 points all. Sinner in line with the Melbourne sign. Waits the first serve. It's onto the forehand. It's deep in the middle of the court. Now an off forehand from Sinner. This takes the net. It just gets over. No. Zverev can't get there. The deadest of dead net courts. And that'll leave Zverev a little flat. Whoa. It's now 2 serves to come for Sinner. Or 2 points on the Sinner serve. It's 5-4.
Oh, that is brutal. Sinner got out of trouble. Hit a good shot off a burn from Sinner. And with all his foot speed, was not able to get racket on ball.
Well, he wasn't expecting that result.
Oh, that's cruel.
He won't be taking the net home with him after the match, you'd have to say, at this stage.
Is it unsportsmanlike not to say, okay, let's play the point again?
Yes, yes. So, Sinner with the ascendancy now. Serve clock winding down to 2. And he delivers. The serve out wide, the backhand into the net from Zverev, and he just again slaps his racket on the court. 2 set points for Jannik Sinner with 1 serve to come.
And again, big moment. Sinner comes up with the goods on serve. Just that ability to keep hitting those targets and landing that big first serve when he needs it the most. Almost 2 hours of tennis and almost 2 sets down.
An attritional battle, this final. Sinner serving for a 2-sets-to-love lead. He serves. Blocked back by Zverev. Short ball. Up the line goes Sinner to winner. And he is in a very, very strong position now in this men's singles final. It's a 2-set-to-love lead, just on 2 hours on the clock. And Zverev, he throws that racket towards his racket bag. You can understand the frustration, Mark. I'm going to have a commentary change. And now he is just hammering his rackets. He's got one back from the stringer, and he's going to send one back because he's going to break the strings there. He's not happy. Steve's going to come in for me. I'll leave it with you.
He's going for a warranty claim on that racket. It's a bit of a malfunction, but you feel for him, and there was a big ooh from the crowd when they saw the replay on the big screen of how close that forehand was, just landing inside the line. Amazing tiebreaker, and you feel for Zverev. Just heartbreaking. Now he's got to be very, very careful with how he handles himself at this change of ends, because he doesn't want to spend the entire time just being negative and ruining the chances missed.
Exactly, well put, Mark. It was a brutal net cord at a critical moment in a tiebreaker. 4-all in that tiebreaker, and it's a tough pill to swallow, that one, with no doubt. All right, we'll complete the commentary change.
Yes,
nice to share the box with you for 15 seconds. Jill Krabus is going to come in. Mark Hilawati is exiting stage left as we continue the coverage here on AO Radio of this men's singles semi-final. So close for Zverev in that second set tiebreaker. Who knows what would have happened if that net cord drops back on Sinner's side. It would have been on serve as it was. It gave Sinner the mini break, and he made no mistake with the 2 opportunities he had and served it out. And Zverev taking out some of the frustration there on his rackets and his racket bag, and fair enough, because after 2 hours, and certainly an improved level of play from him in that second set, but he finds himself 2 sets down against the defending champion. Jill Krabus has come in alongside me, Steve Pearce, as we continue our coverage here on AO Radio of this men's final. 2 sets advantage then for Jannik Sinner. What happens here in the third? Onto the forehand here as Zverev skidding to play a backhand, with Sinner going cross-court, low over the net. Both players low over the net. Change of direction there from Sinner. Big forehand from Zverev finds the net cord right in front of us. And it's 15-love. Sinner, just for good measure, serving first in this third set.
What an intense second set. Yeah, that unfortunate leg court that you brought up, Steve, just such at a bad time for Zverev. He was so close. I know it was close before in the tiebreak, 2 points away on the Sinner serve, but tiebreak, just Sinner a little bit more solid.
15-love. Sinner serves, looking for the ace down the middle, can't find it. Second serve here, picking up this low Sinner on the half volley on the backhand. Then they settle into a forehand rally, pulls the trigger. Zverev on a big off forehand winner up the line. Will we see a change in approach in this third set from Sasha Zverev?
I think that's what he's got to do a little bit more, is pull the trigger on the forehand. That's what, in the end of that second set, where he just started drifting backwards behind that baseline. He's got to be able to take those chances, take that risk, and pull the trigger a little bit earlier. Keep that court position by the baseline.
Sinner at 15-all, serves out wide. Forehand from Zverev lands just in. Big forehand also from Sinner. Back onto the backhands from Zverev. Couple of those cross-court. Well defended by the Italian. Back behind him on the off forehand goes Zverev. Change of direction. Attacking now. Trying to get to the baseline. Big looping ball this time. Flattened out by Sinner. They pair go back into the cross-court backhands. Up the line. Zverev tries to make this one up the line. Just misses.
30-15.
Yeah, not a bad shot there from Zverev. He was set up to change direction. Like the way he hit it, just needs to bring his margins in a little bit more, but he's getting more aggressive in these last couple rallies, which is good to see.
Well, it's a mountain to climb now. 2 sets to love down for Sasha Zverev, but not an insurmountable mountain, just a tough one. Point by point, Sinner serving here. Catches the net, flies wide. Sinner serves this time onto the forehand of Zverev, moving back to the baseline now, plays a backhand cross court. Sinner does the same. Same ball from Zverev, then pairs go onto forehand, still hitting the backhand racket of Sinner. Floating ball from Zverev, makes the cross-court forehand, back now for a backhand, tries to come to the net, Zverev, and he's passed brilliantly by Sinner.
Sinner's passing shots have just been outstanding today all around. That was actually a really good approach from Zverev, nice and deep, but Sinner just anticipating.
It's not deep enough. It's not deep enough to approach on, though, that ball.
Well, and if it's going to be short, it's got to be more angle off the court. He's got to really be able to stretch a Sinner out wide.
There's playing aggressive and there's aggressively, and then there's playing...
right, because the pace is not going to bother Sinner.
Right.
He's moving so well.
At 40-15, skimming around to play a forehand Sinner, then he's forced to play a backhand cross-court. The same shot from Zverev, then a forehand into the net from the German. And Sinner holds in the opening game of the third set and leads by 2 sets to love. Great having your company on AO Radio, live around the world here. However you're choosing to listen to us, 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park, through the app or through ausopen.com or the Sirius XM, courtesy of the ESPN network across the United States. iHeartRadio, Vision Australia Radio across this great nation of Australia. TuneIn Radio, as is available through the TuneIn app around the world, and SEN in Melbourne. However you are listening to us, it's wonderful having your company here. Kate Kearns, Jill Cravis and Steve Pearce with you in commentary. Peter Mercato and Mark Kalawati also, of course, an integral part of that commentary team, because they've just brought you that dramatic last second set, and they're just having a breather and a cup of tea right now. All right, Zverev to serve down the far end. Love one here. Important for Zverev to take a stand at the start of this second set, and that's a good way to start with heavy serve.
Yeah, that serve's been so crucial for Zverev. You just don't see anything breaking down in the Sinner game right now. He's just been solid across the board. I think from the first game, too, his movement has looked even faster.
Zverev serving to the backhand of Sinner, forced to backpedal Zverev. Played another forehand, does. Sinner is there like the wall that he has been most of the night here. Leaps into a backhand as Sinner, then into a forehand cross. Zverev repels it, both of them. Good forehand up the line from Sinner, caught Zverev flat-footed and he couldn't get across in time.
It's just constantly keeping Zverev on the move, just keeping Zverev off balance, changing direction at the perfect moments. Sinner
It's been a near flawless display so far from Jannik Sinner. Can he close it out for the straight sets win? Zverev serves out wide. Sinner does really well to get onto this with a forehand, forcing a really top quality high backhand from Zverev. It had to be perfect in the corner, and it was.
Well, that's the depth that you were talking about, right? That he needs. It has to have that good depth just in front of the baseline. Very well executed from Zverev. He had more time on that ball, but really did a conscious effort to try and get that length.
(30-15). Zverev serves here out wide. That's an ace, and that's good serving from the German.
Yeah, looking very strong at the beginning of this third set. Zverev
He needs to be.
But especially after that frustration, right after losing that second set, he's done well to start this third set in this game.
40-15. Point for 1 all in the third. Sinner does well with that first backhand. Nice backhand also from Zverev. Then he goes with a bit of depth on that forehand. There's the forehand again, keeping Sinner back behind the baseline, but then the backhand breaks down with the cross-court backhand for Zverev into the net. 40-30. Just enough to keep Sinner interested here.
It's interesting watching the difference between both of their forehands. I mean, they both have good forehands, but Sasha maybe just doesn't have enough heaviness to it. Sinner is the one that is able to break down Zverev's forehand just because he has more pace on that ball.
40-30. Zverev looks for the ace down the middle. He doesn't get the ace, but he gets the unreturnable down the middle and holds for 1-1 in the third. First 2 sets to Jannik Sinner. I think most people in Rod Laver Arena would think that if anyone was going to get a huge slice of luck at the end of that second set, it was Zverev who needed it, not Sinner.
That was what at 4-all? No,
4-all in the breaker, yeah. 4-all to give Sinner the mini break and 2 opportunities. Well, on his racket anyway.
Yeah.
And he had the 1 set point, but he took it. He certainly took it. Rightio, 1-all here. Third set. Sinner serving down the middle, and that is a super ace. His serving tonight's been excellent. The first serve percentage is not as high as Zverev's, but he's still served very well.
Zverev right now, 73%, and Sinner 63% for the match overall.
15 love. Serves looking for that T serve again. This time he doesn't get it. Sinner, second serve, goes to the backhand as Zverev, happy to go cross court. So is Sinner. Good depth on these ground strokes from both players. They stay on that cross-court angle. Zverev changing it onto the forehand, but keeps it on the same angle. Then the change of direction on the backhand. Looping ball from Sinner, flattened out by Zverev. Here comes another big forehand, but it was just too deep again from Zverev. Looking for the baseline. He found the blue open court behind it. 30 love.
Played a great point, though. Consistently throughout that point, he had good depth. And the one forehand when he had time, that's the one that landed shorter.
Yeah.
That's the one he's got to still get that depth on. He was in such good position, Zverev.
Certainly was. But he can't close out the points right now. Sinner then at 30 love and serving a fault. 2 hours and 10 minutes on Rod Laver Arena. And it's a 2 sets to love lead for the world #1 and defending champion. Onto the backhand of Zverev here. Then a forehand. Bit more loop on that from Zverev. Cross-court, high-quality backhands from both players. Up the line, chooses to go Zverev. Well defended by Sinner. Sinner happy to just play the forehands from the back of the court. Cross-court, up the line brilliantly from Zverev. Well defended by Sinner. Drop shot from Zverev. Sinner got there. And the volley into the net from the German. And that is the story of the match right now. So much good work from Sasha, but he cannot finish it off. Sinner has the answers.
There's been so many points like this, right, that Zverev has played where he's come forward and you feel like he's in control. You feel like he has the shot to put away, and Sinner just is able to make him play one more ball. He's moving so well forward into the court. That was a very makeable volley, though, from Zverev.
Yeah. And he didn't make it. Quite unconvincing. 40 love, looking comfortable here for Jannik Sinner on serve. Hopefully he won't mind me saying that. Comfortable.
Yeah.
Serving here. Zverev, forehand response. Oh, that's just too good. A walloped backhand on an acute angle. Cross court from Jannik Sinner. He holds to love and leads by 2 games to 1 in the third set, and by 2 sets to love.
You know, the thing, I was watching Sinner's movement in particular, and I just feel like from the first point of this whole match, like he was moving so incredibly quick. But the thing that's also the difference between the two is when Sinner gets pushed back, he actually comes back forward on top of the baseline. And if he feels like he's hit a great shot, he's actually taking a couple steps looking to come forward. Okay, sometimes he has to backtrack, but he's looking for those opportunities to take the ball early, where I feel like Sasha sometimes is just getting stuck in the back. He's not looking for that moment of maybe, okay, here's a short ball, take advantage of it. He's kind of just hanging back in the same spot. And just, it's kind of a mentality thing, right? Sinner just has a little more aggressive mentality right now.
Kate, what emails do we have?
We've got one here from George, who's listening to us from Scotland. He said, thanks to AO Radio. I've been listening over the years, and to all the team, thank you so much for the great commentary over the past couple of weeks. Thanks, George. It's getting very sad because we Getting to the end of the Australian Open, and Linda's listening to us from Como in Italy, saying it's so amazing to be able to listen live to commentary that makes us feel like we're actually at Rod Laver Arena.
It's great to hear. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, George. Thanks for all your messages. Thanks, Kate.
I always get sad when it's over too, like really sad.
No, let's not be sad. We're in the third set of the men's final.
I know we're still in the middle of it, but it does cross my mind. I'm like, oh no, this is the last day.
Push it out of your mind. Get it out of your mind, Jill. Concentrate on the matters ahead of you.
Okay, I'm here. I'm present.
Get the smile back on your face.
Yes,
we're still here.
It's here.
And we're at the business end of the Australian Open. No doubt about that. 2 sets to love. Jannik Sinner leading the men's singles final. But Sasha Zverev, right in front of us, is going to have a couple of things to say about whether we extend into a fourth. With new balls, he's serving at 1-2 in this third set. Zverev serves, trying to find the ace down the middle, but missed it by a fair way to the right. Okay, second serve here for Zverev. Goes to the forehand of Sinner, who just loops a high ball back, and then onto the backhand. Zverev just mistiming the forehand. He knew it was out pretty much as soon as he hit it. Only landed about a foot out, but the first point of this fourth game goes to Sinner.
Yeah, it just went flying on him a little bit. Zverev, he was just in the center of the court, but still a couple feet behind the baseline, trying to loft that ball.
Love 15. Zverev serving heavily, but it's a fault. Second serve for Zverev. Serves. That's really good serving down the middle. Spinning away at 193 down the middle. Second serve, 15 all.
Just that sound of the ball, the racket, just sounds so powerful. It's a big serve from Sasha.
He needs them. It's one of his go-to shots, though, let's be honest. So he would have expected he's going to have to serve some big serves in this match if he was going to have a chance against Sinner. Certainly hasn't served badly. He's just been found wanting in some of the longer rallies and the shot-making capability, especially from the back of the court. Zverev serves here to the forehand of Sinner. Opposite corner, 1-2 punch. He comes to the net. This should land just out from Sinner. The high ball, it does just. That was good to see, though. 30-15.
That was great. Yeah, more penetrating shot right off the first ball from Zverev. That's what I mean. Anything short, he's got to be looking for it. He's got to have that intention to look for that short ball and take advantage, trying to apply extra pressure to Sinner.
(30-15) serves out wide. Sinner gets a racket on this, but he can't do much more than that. And this looks a little bit more comfortable now for Jannik. For
Zverev, yeah.
Zverev.
Looks a little more composed right now, Zverev.
40-15, Zverev serves to the forehand of Sinner, who just puts this into the net. That's good serving from Sasha. And he does what he needs to do. Hold serve. Can he find a way to put some pressure on this Sinner service game? It's 2-all in the third.
I feel like he needed a pretty easier service game there just to get some weight off his shoulders a little bit. Yeah, settle him a little bit more. Some movement around the crowd, fans being let in after that game.
All right. Sinner is set here down the far end and ready to serve. A few people, as you say, Jill, still moving around the venue, finding some seats here. Hopefully it's their seats. As Sinner serves onto the forehand of Zverev, but this flies a long way out. Struggled to get into a lot of the Sinner service games tonight, Alexander Zverev. Has occasionally. 15 love here, Sinner serving, just missing. Serves again. Zverev with the backhand, straight down the middle of the court, onto the forehand, to the forehand of Sinner, who just unloads. And that's too good from Jannik Sinner, straight down the line, easy as you like for 30 love.
Oh, I knew Zverev was in trouble there because, again, just lifting the forehand, he's just not able to find that length right now and just not able to accelerate with enough pace. Sinner had all the time in the world on that forehand.
Which he hit at 159 kilometres are out. Sinner serving heavily down the middle. Zverev just gets a racket on it, but again, it's a relatively comfortable, well, very comfortable at this point, service game for Jannik Sinner. Zverev yet to force a break point tonight. He's got close, but he's never got to that break point, and that is a problem for him right now as Sinner serves too wide. Of course, you can win the next 3 sets in tie breaks, but it's hard work.
It's hard work.
Sinner serving backhand there from Zverev, picked up on the half volley by Sinner. Great depth from the Italian. Good depth again on that backhand. The mistake flies from Zverev's racket, the off backhand going wide into the tram lines.
3 games to 2.
In the third set, and by 2 sets to love. Kate.
We have a message from Tam, who is listening from Bendigo. Hello, Steve and Jill. Listening to the Oz Open through Vision Australia Radio here in a very warm Bendigo in central Victoria. We have enjoyed the coverage very much this year with all the commentators, hoping to see Zverev pick up a bit in this set and challenge Sinner. Go Sasha. That's from Tam, Dale, James and Nadia, and Abby, the seeing eye dog.
Nice.
Lovely.
That's good. Yeah. I think I would love to see Sasha at least push this a little bit. I would love to see him win a set. Of course, you and I picked Sasha. Well, you picked Sasha in 4. That's not happening.
That would appear not to be happening.
I picked Sasha in 5, so there's still
I'd like
hope.
to say there's still a chance, but there's not.
No, not for you. Not for your prediction. My prediction, yes.
Yeah, but you'd have to say it's slim hope now.
Well, because it's probably one of the toughest tests.
It's one of the
toughest tasks in the game, trying to come back from 2 sets to love down.
And also the narrative and the story of the match makes it harder as well because of what I was just talking about. You know, the Sinner service games have been dominant tonight.
Yeah, they have,
Although Zverev has the bigger serve, it's his serve that's been under more pressure all night as well. And then when it came to a bit of luck, Sinner got it as well. So, you know, it's a tough night.
Things seem to be in favour for him right now.
Absolutely, they seem to be. Things can change, though. That's just out from Zverev.
What a return
Brilliant
from Sinner.
return. He's returned so well tonight.
Yes, he knew he had to. He knew he had to be really on top of things right now. Very alert from the start.
Love 15. Zverev serves. It's a fault. Thanks for your message there, and do keep your messages coming through. It is great to hear from everyone right around the world, wherever you're listening to us. AO Radio at tennis.com.au. As Zverev serves at love 15. Sinner with the backhand, straight back at Zverev, who returns the favour. Then a big forehand from Zverev, just dug out by Sinner. Sinner on the run, makes the forehand cross court. So does Zverev. Zverev trying to find a bit more depth. Pushes too long and digs himself a little hole right here at love 30 and 2-3.
It just felt in that rally that Zverev's not really putting any pressure on Sinner off the ground with those rally balls. Sinner looked so comfortable. Zverev just not making a dent in the Sinner baseline game.
2 hours and 22 minutes on Rod Laver Arena. And this is another moment. Tough moment for Zverev, who serves out wide and finds one of the answers there. Ace out wide, beautifully struck.
Yeah, that one he hits well. He hits his target well on that out wide serve. Such good slice and spin.
$15-30. Zverev serves. There'll be a second serve. Squawking birds and a few shouting fans. And we're ready. Zverev serves. Backhand from Sinner from miles behind the baseline. Now he's back on the Melbourne side. Now he's back at the baseline. Plays a forehand, rocking back and dumping into the net. A forehand is Zverev. And here's a couple of break points for Jannik Sinner for 4-2 in the third. And Zverev's got to dig himself in here. He did not need that forehand breaking down again right there.
Wait, please.
Just one loose something. Is it a feather?
I think another feather. I've seen a few falling.
Strategically difficult time for a bird to drop a feather. On break point, Zverev down the far end. He's ready to serve. He goes at the backhand of Sinner, but it's just long. So a second serve on break point. Sinner still a long way behind the Melbourne sign, 10, 11 feet behind the baseline. To receive this serve, which lands in onto the forehand of Sinner. Forehand from Zverev is pretty big. Goes with the backhand, decent depth on that. Sinner is there. He's there all the time. Goes back cross court to Sinner. He's there again. Makes the backhand cross court. Up the line goes Zverev with some guts and a fair bit of skill, and he nailed that one.
That was excellent from Zverev. That's the one that he feels the most comfortable, is that backhand down the line, but it's such a crucial time, break point down. Stayed very committed to that shot. Well done from Sasha.
Pulled the trigger and made it. Still facing break point. Sinner settles in to receive here. Zverev serves very heavily out wide. It's a fault. So second serve again. Still break point for Jannik Sinner. Zverev serves. Forehand from Sinner straight back in the court. Straight at Zverev. Nice off forehand. Pulls the error from Zverev's racket. The relentless nature of the Sinner ground strokes has ground Zverev down, and he's broken in the sixth game, and Sinner has what may prove to be the decisive break of serve here at 4-2 in the third.
What a good game, return game from Sinner, and he's consistently standing very far back for that return, but it's working because he's been able to find the length on that return, but after the return, he's immediately up on the baseline being aggressive. Incredible movement up and back from Sinner.
A second break of serve in the match for Sinner gives him a 4-2 lead in the third, and he serves. Zverev does well to get this backhand back into play. Goes back cross court as the German. Sinner pushing for the baseline, pushes too long, and unusually for him gives up the first point of his service game here.
I'm almost surprised when he makes a mistake that he missed that.
He's had 10 breakpoint opportunities tonight. Jannik Sinner has been really putting pressure on the Zverev serve all night. Zverev unable to create any opportunities to this point. Sinner serves. That's brilliant serving out wide. Just cannoning off the outside of Zverev's racket towards the cameras. 15-all.
Never got the sense, even in that second set when it was so close, that Sinner looked like he was stressed or panicked at all.
But the tie break was on a knife edge.
It was, but you never got that sense that he was worried, I don't think. Did you?
No, not
you
worried. Not worried, but I think Zverev could have taken the set.
Yeah, for sure he could have, yeah.
And that, anyway, it didn't happen, so there's no point in hypothesizing on what might have happened. Anyway. 15-all. Not much on this, and Zverev doesn't put much on his response either. Couple of ground strokes here, running forehand, that's into the net from Zverev.
He struggles with that one, that running forehand, Zverev. Especially when it's a little bit heavier. Because I don't think he feels comfortable flattening that one out so much, so he's constantly just lifting.
It's a tough night for Sasha Zverev right now. He changes rackets, and you say, Jill, you know, that's a tough shot for him. It breaks down, and then you flip it around and think, what is the tough shot for Jannik Sinner right now, and what breaks down?
That's what I mean. That's what I said at the beginning of the set. I was like, you can't see anything really breaking down in his game.
30-15, Sinner serves. It's been a wonderful performance from Jannik Sinner tonight. At 30-15, serves again here. Zverev with the backhand, cross-court, same from Sinner. So reliable, that backhand goes right back at the backhand of Zverev. That came off the baseline. Sinner played it easily, and this one's going to go out from Zverev. The off forehand. And Jannik Sinner is getting very close here. If he can hold, he's just a game away.
And Zverev looking a little deflated, going over to his team, just kind of chattering away. But you can see every time he makes a mistake, just drops his shoulders.
(99-74) on points won the way of Sinner right now. 40-15, Sinner serves a fault. The Italian's ready again. Goes at the body of Zverev. A couple of forehands from the German. That was a good one. Cross-court, even better from Sinner. Up the line, Zverev made that. It's a great shot from Alexander Zverev. Keeps him in this 40-30.
Yeah, one of the few times Sasha's been able to really spread the court and get Sinner so far back. But it was the next shot that he did so well. Did not hesitate. Beautifully struck down the line.
It's got to get him to juice. Put some pressure on. Easier said than done. Sinner serving, just catching the net cord. Still landed inside the service box, so it will be a first serve. Sinner getting some encouragement. Not sure he needs it. Seems to be going okay. Come on, pull yourself together, Jannik. 40-30 here, serving to the backhand of Zverev. That was pretty good from the German. Runs around, hits a huge forehand. Too good. Yeah. Too good. Sinner got there, forehand into the net, and he gets him to juice. Yeah. And that's like a little win for Zverev. Can he win one more point and get a break point?
2 more points. He needs 2 more points.
Let's settle for 1 at the moment. You've got to play point by point, but if he can get a break point, that's a mini win. That is a mini win.
Oh, goodness.
It's that sort of a night. Serving at juice. Sinner heavily down the middle, just so good. Zverev just got a backhand racket on it, but that's it.
I just feel like Sinner's been doing that, though. Anytime it gets tight or close, he comes up with a huge serve or huge shot.
Hands on hips, down the far end. Zverev does not know what else he can do. And maybe there's nothing else he can do. Game point for a 5-2 lead in the third. Sinner serves. Forehand from Zverev, lands pretty deep. Rocking back, Sinner plays a forehand also. Back cross court he goes, up the line from Zverev. That's out from the Italian. Just out, but it was out, and we return to juice.
A little bit heavier hitting here from Sasha in this last few points. Feels like he has to change up something, has to go for more.
Well, it's the point of no return.
Right, true.
Break of serve down in the third and 2 sets. Something's got to give. So for the second time in this game, it's juice. Sinner serving. Goes for the T-serve and hits it absolutely perfectly. Deep in the box. How deep? Very deep. Right on the line for depth.
And I feel like almost sometimes you say, okay, you got to take that serve away from Sinner, that down the tee serve, maybe inch to the backhand for Sasha a little bit more. But he's hitting the out wide serve just as good.
Yeah. It's his fastest serve of the night. At 2:07, Sinner serves here. Backhand from Zverev is out. And Sinner holds again. and leads by 5 games to 2 and by 2 sets to love. And he is oh so close to another Australian Open title. Kate.
Morgan is listening to us from Wangaratta and says, thanks for the wonderful coverage, team. After a long day of B-grade men's doubles at Wangaratta Lawn Tennis Club. Sounds delightful. My doubles partner Jack and I have put our feet up and hoping Jannik can make it 2 in a row. Well, he's awfully close. Said, but 4 sets would be nice though. So go Sasha for now. Thanks, Morgan.
Go Sasha for now. I like that.
E-grade. That would be a long day.
Do good for a set, but then go away, maybe.
One more quick one, Kate.
Morrissey is listening to us from Glasgow in Scotland and said, listening to the men's singles final coverage from Glasgow, and thanks for the great coverage. Really enjoying the call. Very nice. Have we got another one? Is that all right? Can I sneak one? Yeah. An extra one. Anthony and Desiree listening to us from Japan, saying they're loving the commentary as well. They've had a great day skiing. We're happy to come back, relax, and listen to AO Radio.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for all your messages. Keep them coming. As Jannik Sinner is striding to the baseline here to receive. It's Alexander Zverev serving to stay in the match here. 2-5 down in the 3rd set. And trailing Jannik Sinner by 2 sets to love. Now that mountain does look almost insurmountable. But for Zverev, the equation is simple right now. He's just got to hold. Can he do it? So Zverev 2-5. AO Radio, live around the world. Jill Cravers, Kate Kearns and Steve Pearce with you here on AO Radio. It's the men's singles final and we could be close to a finish. Good serve there from Zverev. Complete mishit from Sinner. Flies high and wide.
I even thought that was going to go in for the moment. That was a huge mishit. Just waiting for it to drop back down into the court.
15 love. Zverev serves, looking for the tee, just missing this one. Just too wide. Second serve then for the German. Serves at the backhand of Sinner. Here comes another backhand from the Italian cross court. Zverev there again. A whipped forehand cross court from Sinner finds the net.
It's the one where Sasha can get very low over the net, right, with a ton of pace that he's been able to get the advantage in these rallies, but he just hasn't been able to produce that particular shot over and over again.
So 30 love here for Zverev. Ready and serves to the backhand of Sinner. That one is out from Jannik. Is he setting himself to serve for it? Let's see what he puts into this one here at 40 love as Zverev tries to get this back to 5-3. Into the net from Zverev with the first ball. Second serve from Zverev. Backhand from Sinner's really good. Came back with some venom. Big forehand from the Italian. Well picked up by Zverev. He can't get near that. Inside out forehand. Supreme quality from Sinner.
That was the bigger shot he's hit, I think, on that. And he feels free to swing out without any hesitation because he's been serving so well. So he's not even concerned if he loses game. He just completely unleashed freely on those last 2 forehands.
40-15 as Zverev serves. The forehand this time from the Italian goes into the net. And Zverev, credit to him, does exactly what he needed to do there. Good service game. Sinner now to serve for the Australian Open title at 5-3.
Yeah, very good service game from Sasha. Now he's got still a lot of work to do trying to get some of these serves back in play and then just taking his chances.
So serving for the championship, Jannik Sinner. He's ready and serves out wide of fault. Will there be any nerves from the Italian, or any nerves that we can see anyway? Forehand here from Zverev. Lands pretty high, and Sinner just unleashing on a big forehand, pushing Leon beyond the baseline.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's still a good strike, but
Love 15.
see how he responds, Sinner.
Sinner serves out wide. Zverev gets onto this with a backhand on the run. Can he make this forehand back cross court? Yes, he can. But he left the court open for Sinner to wallop away a forehand up the line.
That's too bad for Zverev, because I actually feel like he hit a very good return, but just didn't get up to that short ball. Such a short reply from Sinner, and then just left that ball short in the court.
He's 3 points away, 15 all. Jannik Sinner. Down the far end, ready to serve. And looks for the tee and finds it with absolute precision.
That must have hit just the back of the line. That was so deep in the service box. Yeah. Awesome serve from Sinner.
Zverev just glances at it and sees another line, yet another line hit by Jannik Sinner tonight. There have been numerous. 30-15. Great stuff from the Italian. Just goes through his familiar motion, putting any crowd noise out of his mind here. Jannik Sinner serves down the middle. Zverev, that's going to land just in, so the forehand from Sinner is okay. Back cross court goes Zverev. Up the line this time from the German. Back in the opposite corner on the backhand from Sinner. Sets himself for a big forehand. Zverev's there again. That was just long from Sinner. The forehand straying just out. 30 all.
Still felt like that point was on his racket, though. Sinner in good position on that. Went for it. Just didn't miss it by much. Good consistency there from Zverev.
It's another big point right here at 5-3 and 30 all. Most, if not all, of the big points have gone the way of Sinner tonight. Will that continue right here? Sinner's ready and serves. This time he finds the net cord and that flies out, so it'll be a second serve. Lands this deep in the box onto the forehand of Zverev. Here comes another big forehand from Zverev. Plenty of loop. Big attacking backhand from Sinner. And then a wallop forehand from the Italian. All well defended by the German. Goes back cross court Zverev. So does Sinner. Up the line. That's out from Zverev. And that mistake on the forehand gives Jannik Sinner a championship point here. Is this the moment for the Italian? I think most people inside Rod Laver Arena think it is. We'll see. It's 40-30.
Please.
Yep, it is not the time to start shouting out. Not right now. Sinner at championship point. He's ready. Serves a fault. Just out, going wide. Second serve from Sinner onto the backhand of Zverev. Backhand also from Sinner and from Zverev. Up the line goes Sinner. Jumping in, plays another backhand. Quite good depth from the Italian. Goes up the line again. Again Zverev's there. Drop shot. Is that going to be too good for Zverev? No, he makes it. Cross court is brilliant from Jannik Sinner. And he raises his hands aloft. It's back-to-back Australian Opens.
6-3.
He defends his title in a dominant performance over Alexander Zverev. And for Sinner, it's major number 3. And he takes the applause of everyone inside Rod Laver Arena tonight. Raises both arms, raises a fist. It is a near flawless performance from the Italian. Everybody is on their feet to applaud what he has achieved tonight. And he goes over to his coaching team, and it's group hug time.
It was absolutely incredible. You said it, nearly flawless, pretty much the most perfect match he could have played against Sasha Zverev. And you got to feel for Zverev just looking at him sitting on his seat.
He's climbed up.
He's climbed
he
up.
has
Wow.
done that. He's climbed the mountain into the front row, and
That
there's
was
another
quick.
group hug.
I mean,
that's great stuff.
he just played unbelievable. Yeah.
He really did. And Alexander Zverev, spare a thought for him. He's sitting there with his head in his hands. I don't think he knows what else he could have done tonight, and that will be worrying him.
Well, I really felt like this was like he really felt like he had the chance, and he's just getting a huge round of applause and throwing his hand up in the air, but he just faced an opponent today that was absolutely on fire right from the start. I mean, it was unbelievable.
And he doesn't show a great deal of emotion on the court, Jannik Sinner, but he is now. There's smiles aplenty, hugs aplenty. It's in his, as he's mentioned, his final season with Darren Cahill as the coach, and what a way to start off your final year with another title, his third major. And he has really announced himself onto the scene, hasn't he, over the last, especially the last 12 months, with now 2 titles here in Melbourne, and the one to add to that in New York. It's been an astonishing run for him, and he cements his position as world number 1, because he has just dealt the world number 2. I mean, the scoreline, you know, it's not one of those, and we've seen finals here before, you know, the Djokovic-Nadal one springs to mind when it was like 1, 2 and 3, and you just thought, wow, that's destroyed. Sasha wasn't destroyed tonight,
not at
but
all.
3, 6 and 3 it was still a dominant win.
I mean, I think if you look at the scoreline, it was definitely a lot closer, but I don't know, if I think back to the match, I mean, the second set, it could have gone either way. I think that was a huge moment for Sasha to try and get that second set. I feel like it obviously would have changed the dynamic of the match. Got a little bit unlucky in that tie break.
He was let's say he was very unlucky. Dead net cord at 4-all in the breaker. That
very
is
unlucky.
very unlucky. Yep.
And that probably hurt quite a bit. But the fact that he couldn't get that second set, that would have been a big change, I think, in the rest of how this match, maybe the course of it would have progressed. But Sinner,
it's ifs and buts and maybes, though, isn't it? You know, and it's a part of tennis, and that's what happened. And you know, maybe it would have changed, maybe, but you'll never know. But what we do know is that Zverev in 3 sets of tennis was unable to create one breakpoint chance.
But that's what I was going to say. Like, the way the match went, I just felt like it was hard to see anything to break down in the Sinner's game. That's what he was so good. He was so consistent. He was so fast right out of the gates, especially when he got out wide to retrieve back into the court. It was just outstanding.
It was outstanding from the start, wasn't it? And you noticed it that, you know, his first couple of service games were reasonably regulation, but he was getting such a good read on the Zverev serve from the off. And he only broke serve twice himself, but that pressure was always there for Sasha.
And he changed it up, though, like his court position on the second serve, which was really smart. He started standing a little bit further back, but he didn't hang out there. He took that aggressive stance again, and I think that was a big difference, because you can feel that on the other side of the court. I mean, you can feel that pressure, that presence that Sinner was able to apply throughout that whole match, and he just didn't back down.
Well, the stage is just being built here. As we get ready for the presentation, the banks of cameras and TV cameras in front of us will grow, and then we'll have the presentation service and the speeches from both players, and we look forward to bringing you that on AO Radio. Kate, just as we get ready for this, a couple of messages from our colleagues around the world, our colleagues in being a part of this AO Radio broadcast.
Well, Tommaso's listening to us from Paris with his son, and said, great job on the radio, guys. Really enjoyed tonight. And he's delighted that Jannik was able to get through in 3 straight sets. And Chris is listening from Seoul in South Korea. So great listening to you guys while watching the Korean local feed here. Thanks so much. Terrific match. And the Edwards family, they're visiting Sicily from the UK. So excited to find new commentary. And it's been a very special day here in Italy.
Oh, that's wonderful stuff. Thank you. Thanks, Kate. Thanks, everyone, for all your messages so far tonight. We might have a chance for a couple more after the presentation is complete. So if you've got any thoughts just on what you maybe you saw and heard tonight, or if you just heard it, either way, do drop us a line, aoradio@tennis.com.au. Todd Woodbridge. John Newcombe is making his way out, the great Australian, for this presentation service of the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup, which will be getting underway shortly. Jill, it might just give us a chance, if you are, for Jannik, the world is ahead of him here, and he's in such a dominant position in men's tennis, not without his challenges, of course, there's still plenty of big guns at the top of the sport, and obviously Carlos Alcaraz looms as his biggest challenger right now. But for Zverev, is this just back to the drawing board?
Yeah, I think he's doing all the right things. He'll take a good look at this match in particular and try and figure out how to make the adjustments. I think he needs to learn how, to still take more of an aggressive stance that we've talked about. But, it's hard to say that in this match just because of how well Sinner played. He got to the final, so he's doing all the right things. It was just his opponent today was incredible.
He certainly was. Jannik Sinner delivering one of the more dominant performances that we've seen in a final. There was some crushing moments for Zverev during that match, and most notably almost all the big points, and certainly a lot of the longer rallies going the way of Sinner. He always seemed to find the answer. And the pair embrace, Sinner and Zverev. Zverev magnanimous in defeat, and we're going to have now the presentation with Todd Woodbridge.
To our final presentation of this year's Australian Open. But before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather tonight, and pay our respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are also with us this evening. On behalf of Tennis Australia, I'd like to welcome the Victorian Deputy Premier, the Honourable Ben Carroll, Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Richard Marles, and all the other dignitaries and government representatives that are here with us this evening. Well, what a fortnight it has been. In fact, what a 3 weeks it has been. We've seen some incredible tennis. We've seen drama, stories that have unfolded. And then tonight we've seen 2 magnificent athletes, the world number 1 taking on the world number 2. Please put your hands together for both of them. But before we present the trophies here tonight, we need to congratulate all of those that are involved in making this event such a success. It takes an enormous amount of work to make it happen. So thank you to Tennis Australia, to the support staff, our sponsors, our ball kids who do an incredible job all throughout the tournament. But you know what? Most importantly, we need to thank the players because they put on an incredible show for us. And joining us here tonight on the court for the presentation is the Chair of Tennis Australia, Jane Herdlicker, the Chief Executive Officer of Kia Australia, Damien Meredith, the Tournament Director, Craig Tiley, Tournament Referee, Wayne McEwen, and our Chair Umpire, Damien Dumassoir. And to present our trophy here tonight, he's an absolute legend of our game. He's got 26 Grand Slam titles to his name. Beauty Nuke, it's John Newcombe. And now would you please welcome the AO 2025 top ball boy. It's Will Cartwright, and he's bringing over the Norman Brooks Challenge Cup to present to our champion.
So he holds the cup. He's got the gloves on as he makes his way onto the big
Well, the
stage.
Northbrook Challenge Cup, which goes to our winner tonight, has been travelling around Victoria for several weeks now with our AO on the road team, and it is now safely back right here in Rod Laver Arena for our champion to be holding aloft very shortly. Thank you very much, Will. And now I'd like to invite the chair of Tennis Australia up to the microphone to say a few words, and I'll welcome Jane Herdlicker.
We've been privileged over the last 3 weeks to see some of the world's best men's tennis battles, spectacular battles throughout the 3 weeks, and tonight was no exception. Jannik, you are an unstoppable force over the course of the last 3 weeks. You dropped 2 sets over the course of the tournament, and tonight there was nothing getting in your way. Congratulations on your 2nd Australian Open title and your 3rd Grand Slam title. And Sasha, tonight was not your night. There could only be one winner, but you were somebody to watch throughout this tournament. You're clearly sitting in the right spot in terms of your ranking, and we know we're going to see you back here, and you're going to be battling for a trophy and carrying away one of the Grand Slam trophies around the world at some point, and we wish you all the best. Thank you for the inspiration of the last 3 weeks. Now, this year is also a big year for the Australian Open. It is our 120th birthday, and that is something very special. And this year, we're celebrating it with records. We have invited and welcomed 1.2 million people into Melbourne Park this year, which is another record. And tonight we also need to celebrate our fans, our playing group, and our people. We've got 12,000 people here who make the Australian Open what it is. You all bring the vibe, and it has been nothing short of spectacular this year. Thank you to Melbourne, and thank you to everybody watching from home. You really made it happen, so thank you very much. Partners, without you, we can't do this. Damien and the Kia team, thank you for being here tonight. We've got the team here from Rolex, the team here from Emirates, and also from Luzhou and Visit Victoria. And without you, we don't make this happen. So thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you very much, Jane. I'd now like to invite the Chief Executive Officer of Kia Australia, Damien Meredith, up to say a few words. Damien, you've got some fans in the crowd too.
Thank you, Todd. To the players, not only tonight, what a great game it was, but for the last 2 weeks, congratulations on making the final of the Australian Open. It was a sensational effort. Thank you. To Jane, Craig and everyone at Tennis Australia, your efforts and determination to pull together this year's AO has been absolutely outstanding, and congratulations. At Kia, we are very proud of our 24-year involvement with the Australian Open, and you have once again proven why it is a world-class sporting event. Well done and thank you. And finally, to every single fan that's joined us over the last 2 weeks and everyone watching from home, Kia thanks you. Thank you.
Thank you for your support, Damien. I'd like now to invite up our chair umpire to come and collect a memento for the work that he's done, not throughout the tournament, but also here tonight, and that will be awarded by our tournament referee, Wayne McEwen.
Damien Dumassoir didn't have a lot to do tonight. All fairly straightforward, no video reviews. He gets the chair umpire's plates from Wayne McEwen. There's a couple of photos, and then he
Congratulations,
exits.
Damien, and a job well done. Well, he's been a formidable competitor, and he's shown time and time again that he's a force to be reckoned with. While his victory tonight might have eluded him, he continues to impress on the world's biggest stages. Please show your appreciation to our finalists tonight, Alexander Zverev.
He gets a huge cheer as he walks onto the stage. A wave to the crowd, shaking hands with the Tennis Australia chair, with all the dignitaries, and then John Newcomb with some nice words for him. He'll collect the runners-up plates, and he'll hold it aloft. Take the applause, and then he'll walk to the microphone. Sasha to say a few words.
Well,
as he steps to the microphone, trying to collect his thoughts. And the crowd showing its support.
First of all, I mean, it sucks standing here next to this thing and not being able to touch it, I'll be honest. No, but first of all, congratulations to Jannik. You more than deserve it. You're the best player in the world by far. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that I could be more of a competitor today, but you're just too good. It's as simple as that. So congratulations to you. You really deserve it. Congrats to your team as well. You've done all the right things. You've done all the work. And yeah, there's nobody that deserves this trophy more. Then I want to thank my team. I mean, we're trying to do all the right work. I'm just not good enough. It's it's as simple as that. But I really appreciate what everybody has done over the last few years, back from my ankle injury to world number 2, to playing Grand Slam finals again. So I really appreciate everything that they have done, and yeah, I wouldn't be here without them. I want to thank Craig, in my opinion, still the best tournament director in the world. You guys have no idea how difficult we are actually as players to him. So give him some credit. He's trying to make everybody feel as welcome as possible. He's trying to give back to the players as much as possible, and I think he deserves all the credit that he gets from us players, and I hope from you guys the appreciation as well. Yeah, he's putting on the best tournament in the world, and it's a big thanks to him for that. And then last but not least, I want to thank the crowd. The crowd has been nothing but amazing to me. Nothing but amazing to me over the past 2 weeks. You know, you guys pushed me through to the final. I really did think I have a chance, but here I am. You know, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to lift the trophy, but I'll keep coming back, I'll keep trying, and I'll see you guys all next year. Thank you.
Sasha, you should be incredibly proud of your performance, as the millions of your fans around the world are. Congratulations to you. We heard Sasha talk about the teams, and they are an integral part of the success of a player. And we have a trophy for those coaches to be able to share from their memento of what they've experienced throughout this tournament. And I'd like to invite Simone Vagnozzi and Darren Cale to come forward and collect their trophy from John Newcombe.
As they walk up to the platform, Darren Cale's last year working with Jannik Sinner as handshakes with Sasha Zverev, and John Newcombe are hugging Darren Cale, and lots of handshakes all round up here as they grab their coaches' plates.
All right,
and now they get taken off.
Some words come to mind. Dominance, determination, destiny. Jannik Sinner has done it again, defending his title in spectacular fashion. He's been fearless, it's been a commanding performance, and well, he's not just a champion, he's making a dynasty for himself. Going back-to-back, your Australian Open men's singles champion for 2025, Jannik Sinner.
He walks up onto the stage. Dan Herdlicker congratulating him. And now John Newcombe with some words for him as well. And better hand him the trophy, Duke. Oh, he can't lift it up, so Jannik's doing the head leg work. And now he's going to hold the trophy aloft for the second straight year. Jannik Sinner. He puts it back down on the plinth, and he'll say a few words.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to start with Sasha. Again, a tough day for you, to you, and then not only. I mean, your whole team, your family. You have an incredible team behind you. You're an amazing player. Keep believing in yourself, because I think we all players, and not only all the coaches, whoever is involved in the sport knows how strong you are, not only as a player but also as a person. So keep it up, keep working hard, because we all believe that you can lift one of these very, very soon. So I wish you only the best. Talking about my team, what can I say? We worked a lot to be again in this position. It's an amazing feeling to share this moment with all of you. I know also a part of the team is at home, and my family and everyone, but it's amazing to achieve these things, but mostly to share this with you guys. And I know, Darren, it's your probably, maybe I try to convince you, but it's your last Australian Open as a coach, and I'm very, very happy to share this trophy with you. And everything started a little bit when I made my whole change to also Simona, and I think you are an amazing combination of coaches, and obviously the physical and then physio. I'm very, very happy to have you all here. Thank you so much. As Sasha said, tournament directors, Greg and Wayne, thank you so much for making this happen. It's an incredible tournament. For me, it's until now, and hopefully it keeps going like this, the most special Grand Slam, and I'm very happy to be here. You take care of all of us. You make us feel home. So thank you so much. Just some small words also for all the sponsors who make this possible, because without the sponsor this is impossible to make such an incredible tournament. All the ball boys, the ball kids, the chair umpires, you know, we all appreciate your work, so thank you so much. And now the most important part is you guys. You are amazing. You cheered for me not from the first round match, 1 week before already. So it was an amazing atmosphere to come here. I felt your love, and see you again next year. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations one more time, Jannik. Well done to you. That concludes our presentation as we
Some
pass
heartfelt
over
words
to
between
Roland Garros, which of course gets underway.
Jannik Sinner
in May
and Sasha
in
Zverev.
Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support, and one final round of applause for our champion.
There you go. It was 6-3, 7-6, 6-3, 2 hours and 42 minutes for Jannik Sinner to win his second Australian Open title. He's gone back-to-back. And there'll be plenty of photo opportunities. They'll walk around the stadium, and then all the press starts and the fanfare and everything along the way. Jill, good words from Sasha Zverev.
Yeah.
You consider how he'd be feeling right now.
Yeah, I'm assuming that would be a very difficult position to be in, but he handled it really well. I think he always speaks very well. He's very honest, and just felt like Sinner was way too good today, and that's what we were talking about. He came out of the gates just firing and didn't back down, stayed that consistent throughout the entire course of the match, and I think Zverev said it perfectly. He was just too good today.
You know who else might be smiling tonight? Tristan Schoolkate, who managed to take a set off Sinner. Olga Runa was the other player,
That's
but
true.
I think Tristan would be feeling pretty good right now.
That's true.
John Newcomb's still up having a chat with the two players as they're out on court. And so I think Sasha Zverev will want to get this completed pretty quickly and then get out of there and just commiserate with his team. But, it's that question that's going to be asked. One of the themes of the season is, will Sasha be able to win? Obviously, our correspondents have been asking the same thing.
I think he will. Look, he's proved that he's been able to get to multiple finals, which already is not an easy thing to do. And he played exceptionally well. He's been working very hard. And I think, obviously, I feel like this one would hurt because I felt like he was feeling pretty good before, and I felt like this was a good chance for him. But, Sinner was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he was sensational. Sensational Sinner for a second time, the Australian Open champion. And then the circus rolls on. The show rolls out of town and it continues on. Tournament start tomorrow, ATP WTA. Obviously head towards Roland Garros in the second major of the year as Sinner holds the trophy aloft. But plenty of storylines to come out of it. So many different highlights. We're going to hear some of them along the way in just a few moments. But as this is all happening out on court for the final time, let's go to Kate with some final messages from our wonderful listeners from around the world. Kate.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Yes, got one here from Dan. He's listening to us from San Antonio. Says, I just want to thank you all for the great entertainment that you've provided. Can't wait until next AO 2026. Be safe all. And Kevin Gilbert is listening to us from Hong Kong. Says, just thank you so much to all the crew. It's been a sensational 2025 AO. And Scott is listening from Las Vegas in Nevada. Says, thanks all for the great coverage this year. Appreciate it a lot. The humour you all provided with the great commentary made it a terrific 2 weeks. All the best, Scott. And Martin is listening from Czechia and says, hello. I could never imagine I would be able to follow an entire tennis match on radio, but you guys made it possible. You made it so visual and passionate. Thanks so much. From Martin. And Marie from Chicago, Illinois says, great job to you all, as always. You made the match come to life tonight. You're worth all my fortnight of little sleep that she has, her annual fortnight of little sleep. Thank you for the exciting 2 weeks and looking forward to next year. And last one, if that's all right, Pete, from Ava here in Melbourne, says, thanks everyone for the wonderful commentary. Love the banter and the enthusiasm. We have really enjoyed the tournament, watching it live, but listening, of course, to us on the airwaves. Lovely to see John Newcomb there tonight.
Absolutely it was. And thank you, Kate, for all of your work across the tournament. You've been here, there and everywhere.
It's been fun, Pete. Always
Get some sleep, go and run some marathons.
Shall do.
As Sasha Zverev leaves the courts and Jannik Sinner is going through all the various poses that they have to do and up, down, around, everywhere. And now he'll sit down across the Melbourne side, hold the trophy. They're getting into position, all the coordination required. But it has been a big tournament for him. And it has. We've had over 1.2 million fans come through the gates, isn't it?
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, it was fantastic. 3 weeks for me, because I did the qualifying.
That's it. Well, it's a 3-week event now.
Yeah, exactly.
The sights look
great.
magnificent.
Yeah.
And now the coaching team coming in to have some photos with him. And they'll be celebrating long and hard and thoroughly deserved as well. Madison Keys had her celebration continue into today, our women's singles champion as well. So we've got a back-to-back winner, and we have a first-time winner of the singles titles here.
Yeah, very exciting. Yeah, Madison deserved it as well. She played absolutely fantastic, went for it. So well-deserved from Madison. Also, of course, Sinner, just incredible performance.
Now the ball kids come out, they do their thing, and a thumbs up. And that probably sums up where he's at right now. Retain the world #1 position and be the figurehead, the top of the sport. But there are some contenders coming, the next generation not too far away, as we've seen during this tournament. And now the ball kids will do their thing. They'll go up to the ceiling and you'll get those shots that go all around the world. You'll be catching them in the next few hours, I'm sure, as they look up to the sky. It's a nice shot as well with all of those ball kids. Now our coverage is about to wind down here on AO Radio for 2025, and our audience on Vision Australia Radio have been with us right from the start, have been joining us. They're going to leave us now. Thanks for your company for AO 2025. So as Sasha Zverev cuts a dejected figure walking off the court and walking through the tunnel, I'm sure that emotion will come out. It might take him a little while to get depressed, but you do feel for him.
I do,
Just ran into a
yeah.
steamroller in Jannik Sinner tonight.
He really did, and I think he really felt like this was a big opportunity for him to finally get his first Grand Slam under his belt. He's beaten Sinner before, had that good head-to-head against him, so you got to think that he was feeling very confident. He's been to a final before, so knows what it feels like, at least to experience being in a final a couple times. But again, just Sinner absolutely flawless.
Yep, and he's got a bright beaming smile now as he walks to the four corners of the court, and then he'll disappear up the tunnel and he'll do all the press and everything, the media.
He's got a long night ahead of him, actually.
Yeah, it is a bit of a process here, but they coordinate it so well.
He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight anyway. He's going to be up for a while celebrating, so.
He's now making his way past his chairs, all his bags packed. Can't carry the trophy and the bags at the same time. Come on.
I think he can probably do that today,
He
too.
looks at Craig Toley and says, how are we coordinating this?
I think he's kind of capable of anything right now.
It says, you're going to have to give the trophy back at the moment, Jannik. We'll hand it over to someone. And Yannick's saying, I'll get it back, right? And he's going, yes, you will get it back. Of course. You can hold it in your hands when you do your press and everything like that. As everything gets taken off the chairs, he'll sign off on the match. Once he disappears into the tunnel, we'll finish off our coverage for 2025. He's signing that, and the lens is now officially signed. Grazie a tutti, which is what we're saying as well here on AO Radio. As he will do his press, he's got to sign some autographs along the way too, so he'll have the long night, but it's a fun night, Jill. And it's been fun.
It's been a blast, as always. Yes, I've enjoyed every moment. Thank you guys for having me. I love it.
Thank you to everyone who has listened across the fortnight here. It is always great fun bringing you AO Radio, wherever you've been listening. Vision Australia Radio on the SEN app, iHeartRadio, TuneIn Radio, Sirius XM, presented by ESPN in the US, 99.7 FM around Melbourne. He's still signing some autographs here. It could take a little while. And, of course, on the Australian Open app and ausopen.com. And we've enjoyed it. We hope you've enjoyed it too. You're going to hear some highlights of our tournament in just a second. But Sinner has been summoned away, I think. He's desperately trying to sign these. He's just scribbling bits and pieces. I don't think it's even his name. He doesn't know what he's signing. He just did an X on that one.
He was doing it so fast.
And he's trying to go to the other side because he's on a timeline here. He has to get off the court.
There's too many.
And we're just holding you because we won't be able to get out of the tunnel.
I think he's probably just doing an S. That's what I'm guessing.
No, it's an X, I think, at the moment. Anyway, he continues to sign autographs, and that'll be it for us as well. But, thank you. Wherever you've listened around the world, we love our audience through all the points of the compass who join us each and every year. And we certainly appreciate that what you give us when you write to us and give us some feedback, even the bad feedback as well. But we appreciate that as well. It's been a big year. That is it for us on AO Radio for 2025. The team that brought you all the action: Alan Stone, Candy Reid, Chris Bowers, Courtney Walsh, Craig Gabriel, Dave McPherson, Ethan Wright, the CEO, Fiona Darmody, Isaac Everett, Jill Krabus, that's you, Jordan Zock, Josh Herriott, Kate Kearns, Luke Saville, Mark Ilawati, Matt Dwyer, Mike Cation. You're going to hear a beautiful highlight from him in this package coming up. Nat Edwards, Owen Davis, Simon Cambers, Steve Pearce, that's you in the back of the box, and me, Peter Mercado. Technical equipment has been, and support provided by Darren McKenzie and Bruce Press. Please get that van going, Brucey. AO Radio is a Tennis Australia production with executive producers Viv Christie and Bree Stewart. And now we leave you with some of the highlights of AO Radio for 2025, produced by Isaac Everett and Matt Dwyer. Thanks for listening to AO Radio for 2025.
Around the grounds on 99.7 FM and around the world on the official Australian Open app and ausopen.com. This is AO Radio.
Cross court for Buskova, great angle again. Drop shot from Andreeva. Coming forward, Buskova plays it up the line for a winner. That was superb.
Second serve. Good move from Buskova.
Get out.
It's through the legs. It's a tweener winner. It's the best shot of the day. It is the best shot of the day.
Back that way from Garcia. Up the line, guided by Osaka. Oh, what a pick-up from Garcia. Full stretch.
Here's the drop shot. Goff makes it there. Volley from both players. Over and smash from Burns. It's straight at Goff. It's still in play. Burns puts it away. Wow. You don't see a point like that every day. Backhand up the line with great depth. Djokovic just stays in this. Can Ferrer put it away?